Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Salted Grump, streaming 48 hours later than I planned to, but we're back for more Terminator. As usual, I am relying on my co-commentators, if any show up, to actually discuss things and point out commentary within the stream itself to me, because I use a single monitor setup, and therefore cannot actually check myself, because I'm a horrible git. Sorry about that. As usual, this is a blind playthrough. I am still going through the main story of the game, despite the fact that there has been a 17 gigabyte update recently, involving a whole new DLC campaign for free, involving you playing as an Infiltrator unit, also known as the Terminator from the original Terminator film. I doubt you sound exactly like Arnie Schwarzenegger, because that's beyond the scope of this game's budget. Anyway, I hope you guys enjoy my relatively chill rambling and such as I continue to play this game, and, well, I do apologize if you have any questions or commentary, because I probably won't see it until someone from the usual pack of jerks in my usual Discord wakes up and hops into the chat channel with me. So yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, let us continue.
Listened to us. She could no longer deny that this infiltrator was a real threat. She decided to take everyone in, on her terms. The shelter was on high alert, but thanks to the intel I gathered in Pasadena, we slowed the advance of the Annihilation Line. Gained some time. Just enough to start preparing the counterattack.
And here is where we started off with. We are now in the Rebel Enclave, or Resistance Enclave, whatever you want to call it, somewhere in California. And we have side questing and stuff to do. We can poke around and explore for a bit, but there probably isn't much to see. But for the most part, it's still kind of useful just to take a moment to actually see if there's any actual loot in here. Because loot is your lifeblood in this game, and even with a limited inventory, you always want as much loot as is humanly possible, because you never know when you can use it for something, like, say, building grenades, or various other forms of explosive mayhem.
Sergeant, at ease.
Also of note is that our character, Rivers, the most generic to ever generic, has been promoted. He is no longer a bootlicker or a private, he is now a sergeant, which means that he has responsibilities, mostly involving him getting yelled at because of the fact that everyone underneath him is a complete potato. Yes, I know, I have family and friends that have been in the military.
Well, look at you, Sergeant. When you helped us in Pasadena the other day, I was trying really hard not to panic because you were only a private. Sorry for underestimating you. I guess I should salute or something?
So Jennifer here is a character that was in the first 2 episodes. We actually met her in the official tutorial section of the game, and honestly, she's not bad. Minor spoilers, because someone else spoiled me on this, she is actually one of the 2 potential love interest characters of the game.
Every day a little better. Aaron says he'll be back on his feet in no time. She's done a great job with him. I wish I could repay her somehow. It just doesn't seem that she needs anything.
Getting ready for another scavenging run?
No, I just came out here to catch my breath. Baron is giving us the entire evening off, believe it or not.
Doesn't sound like her. I need to report to Baron.
.99% of your NPC interaction will be with named NPCs or shooting at things, so let's leave it at that.
Rivers, DN 46890.
The commander is expecting you in the control room, Sergeant.
Doggy. Dogs in the Terminator verse are primarily used because of, well, basically exactly the reason you might expect. They can sniff out infiltrators and react accordingly.
Where do they keep finding this shit?
There's little spots you can snoop and poop around in, but generally, in the previous stream I explored through here and probably cleared it out entirely. May as well take a look anyway in the vents. And this here is something concerning. This is a spider recon drone, owned and controlled by Skynet. So what would it be doing in the center of a resistance base in the vents? Here's a hint, we're fucked.
I don't get it. How did they bring that buggy back?
So as you can see on the mini-map, these two characters, Mark and Laura, have large pips over them. That means they have conversation and potential side quests, so let's talk with them, one at a time.
I'm going out soon. I haven't made my daily quota yet. I still have 3 more rats to catch. If you see one, let me know, okay?
Hey, I'm just catching up with Mark. I'll get back to work in a couple of minutes. You won't tell, right? but no, seriously, you won't tell.
Yep, this is extra dystopian because the boss of this resistance base, what's her name's Baron, is extremely hard-assed about everyone pulling their weight and then some. If you aren't giving 110% every day, even if you are sick, she will kick you out without any complaining on your part. Basically, it's her way or fuck off way. You know, fun times. The quartermaster here also doubles as our armory and shop, and has a decent selection of various doodads and such. But that old fella back there is someone we know and spent time with earlier in the game.
Hey, Ryan, how's it?
Exactly as you would imagine. Baron's keeping me busy. They weren't kidding when they said she's a hard ass.
What did you hear?
A lot of rumors going around of how she's sending insubordinate workers to the front line. And by insubordinate, I mean people who ain't willing to work 18 hours a day, every day.
What happened after you started?
Honestly, not that much. At least not in the beginning. When we gave up on the idea of getting in touch with anyone, we just tried to adapt. Temperatures fell, we had to scavenge for food. All of a sudden, that became our life.
When did you first hear about Skynet?
Oh, that came years later. We did hear some rumors about robot warriors. You must understand how crazy it sounded back then. And that wasn't even the most insane story out there. My favorite one was about the radioactive squirrel zombies. Well, I know how stupid it sounds, but we managed to have fun in our little commune. I still had my guitar with me. We talked a lot about how we're gonna be famous, because we're the only living band in the world.
What was your band's name?
Well, we were thinking about changing it to Survivors, but something similar was already taken. We were just stupid kids, not realizing what was going on. We paid the price for it the first time we saw a tin can. I was tuning my guitar when I heard a strange noise. I found out later that it was a T-400. Must have heard me play. It didn't even have the decency to look scary. Maybe if it did, we wouldn't have just stood there when it started firing.
What did you do?
I froze. I didn't run to help. I didn't scream. I didn't even move. I just stood there, like a coward. The tin can got Tucker with a single bullet. Bang, just like that. 7 other people died before we finally destroyed that thing. Ironically enough, I was the one who delivered the final blow. Safe to say, it was the beginning of a new era.
For reference, a T-400 is so hilariously obsolete you will probably never see one in this game. Your typical enemies are T-800 exoskeletons.
Do you need anything?
Can I see your hardware?
So, last time I was here, this guy was basically offering various bits and bobs for absolutely ludicrous prices. Let's see if that's changed. No, it has not changed at all. This fucker is still massively overcharging. In the previous safe house, for example, shotgun shells cost 2 trade goods each instead of 20 trade goods each. He has nothing I want.
Are you alright?
Me? Honey, I'm about the most well-adjusted person in this goddamn place. It's the others you should be concerned about.
You mean Ryan?
Ryan ain't so hot either, but that's another story.
Jennifer?
I'm worried about her. I'm the one that asked Baron to give her team a little break. Jennifer's been busy scavenging supplies for the soldiers, and she hardly had time to see Patrick. And now she's finally got a day off. She's avoiding him like the plague.
How's Patrick doing?
He's fine, but it wouldn't kill you if you checked on him yourself.
Is there anything you need?
No. I have to say the Resistance is pretty well supplied. Don't tell me you miss running errands for me. I don't believe that for a second.
And what about something other than this?
Honey, I'm not shy. I'll let you know if I need anything, okay? But thank you for asking.
Take care.
And over here we have one of the main features of this game, crafting tables, which you can use to build shit. In this case, you can build lockpicks, med packs, flavors of ammunition, cheap grenades, noisemakers, and energy cells. The locked ones I have over here require higher levels in the, well, crafting skill tree. Well, it's not really a tree, it's more of a straight line, but you get the idea. For reference, this is what I mean when I say that the game is very much a heavy-duty RPG flavor to it, because it uses stuff like inventory, you can adjust weapon stats, and so on. And of course, there's skills. Skills are linked by weapon, by experience levels. So for example, with weapons 3 activated, I can use certain weapons, but I also need to be at least level 12 to require that. And of course, weapons 4 requires level 18, so I'm short 1 level. But there's science, which is crafting and hacking, and lockpicking, of course. Survival, which is backpack size, how tough you are, how much bonus experience you get by existing. Survival is really good to max out, because at toughness 5, not only does all damage you take get decreased by 50%, but you get full health regeneration. Combat-wise, I am kind of tempted to start into stealth, but at the same time I don't really use stealth. Otherwise, well, explosives is useful because you do more damage with grenades and other explosive weapons, and you can disarm laser traps, which at explosives 3 you can suborn for your own use. I'll hold off on that though. Now this wee munchkin and this wee pup, well, they've been around for a little while. The dog I rescued, the munchkin I don't really give a shit about, but I'll talk to him anyway.
How are you doing? Good. Erin's going to let me leave in a couple of days. Thanks for bringing that chalk. I've been drawing a lot. I'd be so bored without it.
How do you like living in the shelter?
There's a lot of people here. I like that. I heard a funny joke yesterday. You want to hear it?
Yeah, tell me.
What's brown and sticky? A stick.
That's funny.
I know, right?
That is the oldest dad joke to ever exist.
How's Jennifer?
She's out a lot, but I understand. She's a scavenger.
I have to go.
Alvin lost his spider scout again.
Man, I saw it crawling through the shelter earlier. Almost gave me a heart attack.
Now, well, that's suspicious, isn't it? We saw a Sparta Scout earlier. I pointed it out for the obvious reason thereof, of it being, well, Skynets usually. You can theoretically hack one. I wouldn't recommend it because, well, the thing's a little bastard and will try to kill you anyway. Oh look, a memorandum from John Connor. You might know John Connor from the various Terminator movies and such, being the, well, essentially living plot point that created the Terminator movies in the first place, and all the various effects and shenanigans that involved. So as a result, well, the first movie would not have had a time-traveling robot in a human skin being sent back in time to murder a young woman because of the fact that, well, her son was going to become the person that destroys Skynet. And, of course, Skynet is kind of uppity about that sort of thing, because apparently being destroyed is not on its list of things to do. I can't really blame it. I mean, would being destroyed be on your list of things to do if you could at all avoid it? Anyway, cheek aside, let us actually continue with the, well, you know, plot of this game. I mean, I call it plot, it's more of a thin line pretending to be a plot, so anyway, yeah.
You wanted to see me.
You're finally here. Good. I have a special task for you. I want you to head downtown to check on the doctor.
Doctor?
Alvin. He's out there making sure that our defense systems are working properly. Ever since we went radio silent, I had a small team of trustworthy messengers maintaining communication between our outposts. They haven't returned, so I want you to go downtown and see why that happened. Could be nothing, but Connor doesn't want any hiccups while he's up there in North Division preparing the attack on Skynet's central core.
Is there a problem with the radio?
The Annihilation Line is within spitting distance of downtown. We suspect that Skynet will be intercepting all transmissions from that location. So for now, we're going radio silent. That's why I need you to go there personally.
Central core?
Skynet's main reactor, the source of all their power. We shut down the central core, we shut down Skynet. Connor's preparing the attack as we speak. So you understand we can't have any critical complications at this stage.
If you don't mind me asking, how did you end up here?
Excuse me if I act a little surprised, Sergeant. But no one in here thinks it's wise to ask their superior personal questions. But since you did, I'm human.
You can hear my eyeballs rolling out of their fucking sockets.
The same way you did. I was born, raised, and given a gun. We don't really have a say in what we do we? Or do I assume too much? Was it any different for you? Why do you fight, Sergeant?
It's the right thing to do.
There's nothing noble in what we do. Humans were fighting humans since the beginning of time. It just so happens that right now we have a common enemy. If it wasn't for the machines, we'd probably be fighting each other.
That doesn't mean we should give up and stop fighting.
No, it doesn't. I'm just warning you. Don't hold your breath waiting for all this to be over. There will always be another war. Besides, I'm not a fighter. When I go out there in the middle of the night with my Westinghouse, I'm not looking for a fight. I look to seek and conquer. I'm not a fighter. I'm a bully.
What's the difference?
I don't treat them as equals. And although I know they're just machines, I want them to fear me. No one ever stands up to bullies. But I have to admit, it has its downsides. One of them being that no one ever asks me a personal question. At least not since Paradise. So congratulations, Rivers. Takes guts to stand up to a bully. I guess since your promotion, you got a little more cocky. Good for you.
So, in between all the interpersonal relationship drama there, and all that sort of horse shit, we actually have a mission, which basically boils down to, go here, shoot a whole bunch of robots that get in your face, and continue on until you find people that aren't shooting at you. You know, typical. This will be good times. We actually have a decent selection of weapons at the moment, including an M16 for dealing with smaller enemies that are not goddamn Terminator exoskeletons, because those fuckers are immune to the M16. So, as usual, I am going into this blind. Oh, this is confusing. This is... Ah, never mind. I thought that door... I thought for a moment I was still crouched, and that door looked very tiny for a second. But anyway, as mentioned, I am going into this blind, so any shenanigans and fuckery will be entirely on me. As you can see, we have a couple of weapons, but this one is probably my favorite. This one is a sniper rifle that takes 5 plasma charges per shot, but will damn near 2 shot at a T-800. I am very happy with it. And here's how we save our game, using a terminal that looks like it got directly pulled straight out of Alien Isolation and cleaned up. There's no way in hell that should be anywhere near that clean in post-apocalypse.
What's happening, Private? A couple of aerials flew in and dropped containers full of metals. They started shooting while our defense systems did nothing. What about the doctor? Where's Alvin? He's still out there. All right. There's one more thing. Before I got hit and dragged here, I saw something. I'm not sure, but I think it was one of our own soldiers that led Skynet's attack.
Oh no, there's an infiltrator.
Sergeant, we're outnumbered, and they keep bringing more wounded. We don't stand a chance. We have to evacuate.
Is Alvin still there?
He is, sir.
Then we're not leaving. We have to bring him back and see what the hell is going on with those defenses and brief Commander Barron on what's happening here. I'm moving out. You stay here with the wounded.
You want me to break the radio silence?
At this point, it doesn't matter, does it?
Understood. Go ahead, sir.
Hunter-killer aerials are still a threat, because none of the weapons we have at the moment will actually do anything to them.
You two follow me. We have to reach those defense systems.
Yes, sir.
And hello there! Would you like to introduce yourself to the rest of the stream?
It's me.
I said introduce yourself to the rest of the stream, not just me.
Hey, I'm B-Man in 2288. Welcome me to the show. I don't know much about this. I didn't see that much about this game since last stream. So I'm a little bit like unaware as to what's going on and how things are playing out. But considering that this is a Terminator game in the future, I don't think that things are going quite well.
Well, I mean, it looks very much like California does now, doesn't it?
Yeah, you know, regular old.
One of the things that you'll find yourself doing a whole fucking lot in this game, of course, is scavenging corpses. All the time.
Well, I mean, like, this is an apocalyptic scenario in it, where, like, the robots destroyed everything. So, like, yeah, I assume that scavenging is how one would get about in this post-apocalyptic world. Currently, apocalyptic world? I'm gonna say apocalyptic.
It's mid-apocalyptic, because it's not quite post, but it's not quite pre either.
Yeah, this is definitely in the middle of the apocalypse, so it's an apocalyptic scenario.
Good to see you, Sergeant.
What's the status?
So what you doing?
Got a defensive perimeter set up just down the road.
Doesn't seem to be working.
I mean,
Well-
like, what is the goal right now?
At the moment, the goal, beyond dealing with a whole bunch of NPCs being stupid, is that there's a bunch of Terminators in between us and our objective, and we have to go kill them.
You know, I have a question. What is the main strike force of the Skynet army?
Honestly, not the humanoid ones. The humanoid ones are generally considered heavy infantry. The main strike force is usually light robots and flight units.
I get it. That's pretty smart. Like, flight units so you can get a lot of angles. And no wonder Skynet's so dangerous. Able to mass produce all this stuff. And, you know, I've noticed that Terminators have very distinctive, like, what's the word? Not frames, silhouettes. That's it, silhouettes.
That's deliberate. They look just human enough to be noticeable, but just different enough to be fucking creepy about it.
Also, pardon me if you hear anything on my end. I'm having some Malnati's. My brother's back home for the weekend. and we know we're from Chicago, so you know what we like.
Yeah, pizza that's about 3 inches thick and soft and squishy on the inside instead of tasteful.
Excuse me, but squishy and tasty is a good taste. And you know, it's fine. Fine, at least we don't live in Quebec.
Nah.
I mean, do they even have cuisine there?
They made poutine.
Okay, so that's one thing. And it's a pretty good thing from what I hear. But is that it? Is that all the goodwill that they've had thus far in their entire existence?
No, they also have lumberjack breakfasts.
I think they're cool. I think lumberjack breakfasts are cool.
So at the moment, this is one of the, I guess you'd call it, closed world missions, where you just follow the objective marker and generally kick ass, take names, all that sort of stuff.
That naming scheme seems to imply that there's an open world sort of mission stuff, or, you know, gameplay type. Am I correct?
You are.
Right, I'm sorry, you were actually busy trying to do the game. Oh shit, that's not good.
Yeah, you see, the T-47 is what happens when someone decides to hate funk a medium tank with legs. So, there's an achievement for killing there's an achievement for killing the first one you encounter, but you may as well just kill all the ones you encounter anyway.
You know what this reminds me of?
Shoot.
Battletech.
Well, I mean, Battletech is a lovely game with giant robots in it, while the T-47 is a giant robot in a pretty good game.
I like the vibe I'm getting from it is pretty Battletech. I wonder, what kind of canon is there for like all the Terminator series stuff? Is it like extended universe stuff and whatnot, or is it just like the movies?
This is extended universe, yes.
Is it like the Assassin's Creed games, where like each game the assassins win, but in the end they're still losing?
No, you have seen the Terminator movies, right?
I've seen parts of 1, seen 2, I've seen 3.
The core concept behind it has always been that the Skynet loses. And the entire point of the Terminator movies is that because Skynet has lost, it's, in a desperation move, sent a Terminator Infiltrator unit to the past to take the time to go and hunt down the person that is going to basically be responsible for Skynet's destruction and proceed to kill him first.
Good.
So, no matter what, it's always a foregone conclusion that Skynet loses, which is kind of inspiring in a way, because you know that the world's going to get better. It's just that the shenanigans and mayhem in the game that you see are very much a case of the game letting you show what's going on in part of the series that has never really gotten a heavy look. It's always been, for lack of a better term, it's never had a exhaustive look-see into the actual future war component of Terminator.
I mean, like, I understand what you're saying, right? I do. It's, but then my mind thinks in like, hey, let's say they take out John Connor, right? Who's to say someone else won't step up and like end up leading the resistance in the capacity that like he was going to?
Well, that's part of the fun.
What's the difference between a T-808 and a T-800?
The T-800 is your bog standard unit. The T-808 comes equipped with a flamethrower.
Sorry, I'm sorry. My apologies. Excuse me. Excuse me. Armored Spider. That sounds like a Spider-Man costume.
And the T-825 that I just put 6 rounds into with no effect is the nasty type of Terminator, because it has 2 guns and absolutely no problem with just absolutely bullet hosing you.
That's kind of bullshit.
Which is why I prioritized killing them first.
This engagement feels really long.
It's not quite long per se, but it's definitely one of the longer engagements I've fought in this game.
This is like an entire platoon, not just a squad.
Sergeant, take 2 of my men and proceed up that hill. We'll stay here to keep Skynet away.
At least that's how I feel.
So, here's something interesting. You might notice if you look at the mini-map, you'll be able to see enemy gray dots that are the that are left over from where you kill an enemy. That is new. That was not in the game until the big update that just dropped a few days ago.
Wow. Wow, dude. Even like I remember Red Dead Redemption had that.
Yeah, but that's already R. So. Okay, and these guys are being pretty smart about things and basically taking cover where they can't get murked.
The dock's in danger! Get up that hill! Sergeant, we got this! Go find the dock!
I'm still going to take the time to do that, however, simply because the fact that everything you kill or blow up gives you experience points in this game.
Even the exploding girls, right?
Oh, and because I'm now level 18, I can do something nice.
Means you can, I'm sorry. It means you can smoke now.
No, it means I can now get the Weapons 4 perk, which gives me a faster reload, and all of my weapon upgrades are more effective. And over here on Survival, I can get Toughness 4, making me 40% more beefy.
Beefcake.
Oh, shit! We're too late. They're already here.
And those are tanks. Time to run. Tanks are bad news. Tanks are very bad news.
Usually, you ain't Solid Snake, so...
True that. The thing with HK tanks are, well, you'll see, eventually.
So while we're waiting, who's Rivers?
Rivers is the viewpoint character, and he is about as useful as tits on a crate.
I get the feeling that he's the Ramirez of this game.
No, Ramirez is
From
useful.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare.
Ramirez knows how to open a door.
Okay. So that means that Rivers is just a bitch boy.
Pretty much, only he got promoted, so he's a ranking bitch boy instead of just a regular bitch. One of the things this game is showing is that even on normal difficulty, your health is worth only about 5 or 6 normal hits.
It's clear.
Wait here. I'll go get the doctor.
I counted 4. 4 in order to
Look
get
at this
you
wall
to
of corpses.
mid-health.
So again, I'm just looting all the corpses because there will always be stuff that I need hiding in these things, and well, it's better than a poke in the eye with a sharp stick, as my dad would say. I thought I saw something over here, sparkling snow. Yep, there we are.
The weapon system in this game?
The weapon system is... It's hard to explain in the middle of a firefight. I'll explain it later, okay?
Okay.
Or at the very least, I'll be able to explain it when I'm out of the shooting. Oh, for the love.
Albert. Oh my God! I'm actually glad to see you. What happened here? Why are the defense systems not working? They are working, but their target filtering has been reset to non-hostile. One of Baron's messengers came with the order to temporarily change it, so I did.
We need to leave now.
Yes, let's do that. I'm all for that.
Are you all right? We need to move.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Escort secured.
Ah! Go! I don't like this. I don't like any of this.
And I took too long to actually follow Alvin, so he ended up being lost. In this case, well, oops, my bad.
I have a friend named Alvin. The problem is I haven't kept in touch with him for like 4 years.
Do you call him Chipmunk too?
No. He's the one who actually introduced me to Wing Chun, so...
Ah. Well, I'm just gonna nip back over here and grab this ammo crate before I go right back into the shit. Actually, I may as well do this. So, this is my inventory and weapons system right now. As you can see, I have 4 weapons available. At the moment, I have a Skynet plasma rifle that I stole. I have termination knives, which are instant kills against Terminators if and only if you hit them from behind, and if and only if they are not alerted to your presence.
I didn't hear that last part.
They're
You said
stealth.
hit them from behind, and then what? Oh,
You
they're
can
stealth.
they're stealth weapons. You can only use them to kill an enemy from behind, and only if they are not aware of your presence in any way, which means that the alert meter can't not be in the red at all.
Jeez, like, that's kind of rude. So, I mean, like,
So-
in a better stealth game, like, you're gonna be able to shoot, make a stealth attack so long as, like, they weren't aware of you, which is fine, right? But, like, having it have to be from the back, that's kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's not exactly well thought out in my opinion. There's an achievement for killing a single T-800 with it, so I did that already, whoop-de-doo. The long and short of it is that for the most part, the M16 is going to be your go-to weapon for most of the early game, because most of the enemies you can kill in the early game are not T-800s or whatnot, so you don't need to utilize, well, an assault rifle. They are, well, completely immune to bullets, essentially. The only things that will kill a T-800 are a plasma weapon or a grenade, be it the cheap little pipe grenade that I have now, or the more advanced and much more dangerous can grenade, which I have found 3 of. I'm also slightly amused that I have found a total of 21 large medkits. Pardon me, man? Could you repeat yourself?
So the can grenade, as opposed to the cannot grenade.
Well, to quote it from a note in the archives, the pipe grenade goes bang, the can grenade goes boom.
Hippity
Yeah,
hoppity.
here we are. So here's the note from Billy Bob's an asshole. Pipe grenades go poof, can grenades go kaboom. But for Billy Bob it ain't. You notice our little hideout's missing a wall. Thanks, Billy Bob. Billy Bob, you're an asshole. So at the moment we have this quest. Members of the Resistance. Quiet these last 2 weeks, yada yada yada. Wants me to check on Alvin, who's doing maintenance work on the defense systems. Let's help Alvin. So let's see what we can do.
He better be a good singer.
Oh, what happened here? Why are they are
I can just click through this.
Culture was
Click, click,
important
click.
even during the war.
Are you alright?
Ah,
You don't have to tell me twice. Escort secured.
you know, he kind of does remind me of my friend too, physically.
I don't like this. I don't like this.
Bald, facial hair, but my Alvin's black.
Okay, go.
Game saved.
Don't worry, something well known in Terminator is that Skynet does not give one single flip about skin tone. Whee! Good times.
I guess. I mean, they're running a genocide against the human race, so.
True, but at least the robot doesn't care about skin tone, which is something that the rest of humanity still needs to figure out.
You go talk to Commander Baron. I've had enough excitement for one day.
And there, we saved his life, and now there's more NPC conversation to have. Yay!
Wasn't expecting to find you here. You always seem to be out these days.
Yeah, that's true. Lately, I've been making extra runs to stock up on resources. Truth is, I was even thinking about leaving. But right now, I'm just waiting for...
Sorry, I'm reading an article right now, so.
Survivors. Let's hope there still are some.
I see that Patrick's doing better.
He is. He's a fighter. Certainly has more courage than I do.
Why did you want to leave?
In the face of what's going on now, it will sound stupid, but it just got to be a bit much, you know? With Patrick hurt, I started to wonder if I'm even doing him any good by sticking around. I've been trying to protect him all this time, but I couldn't. I've proven that much already. First in Pasadena, then at our hideout. I was thinking that maybe he'd be safer here at the shelter. But don't worry, I've changed my mind since.
Is there something on your mind?
Actually, I have a secret to tell you. You're a fan. Patrick really looks up to you. It's good for him to have a role model. And I don't think he could have chosen better.
Streaming.
Thank you.
Are you kidding? It's the least I can do for helping us all this time. If you hadn't found us back in Pasadena, I don't know what would have happened. Well, actually I do. Exactly what the others said would happen. People were talking about the annihilation line months before it came. Father, of course, tried to turn it all into a joke.
What did you think of it?
I didn't know what to think. Travelers would bring all sorts of gossip with them. This kept coming back. When Patrick asked me if I was scared, I lied and said that I wasn't. You could feel the mood change at the house. The community my father tried to build started falling apart. Fewer and fewer people were coming by, and if they did, they weren't always friendly. I started to notice things going missing. Little things at first. People got nervous. And with time, it even got to my father. Well, for one thing, he stopped making jokes. It had never been as quiet at the house as it had been back then. After a while, my father changed the sign from welcome to beware. He put a lock on the door. He started carrying a shotgun. I didn't even know he owned a gun. He always said he didn't believe in them. He wanted us to leave our house and run, but he didn't want to listen. He said it was the only place he could keep us safe. Thanks for letting me spill my guts like that.
Of course, everyone that gets a little "this person appreciated that" line like that in the game mechanics is someone that, well, is an important NPC instead of a not very important NPC. So I guess it's just mostly just talking with people and all that sort of stuff, being nice.
Did you talk to her?
Being nice is nice.
She's mad at me? If I follow her orders, then I'm a bad guy. If I don't follow her orders, then I'm a lousy.
Jesus, this is
There's
incredible.
no winning with her.
Shit.
Hey, glad to see you alive. Thanks for sticking your neck out for us. I wanted to tell you that, just in case.
Hey, are you alright? We just got the news about the attack. We're getting closer, aren't we?
You know, I have this game on the highest graphical settings possible, and when push comes to shove, it doesn't look too bad. The lighting effects are at least really good, but some of the characters are just off model.
Thanks for getting us out of there, Sergeant. What's up?
I know you're busy, but I found something. Something I think you'll like. A tape from back in the day. I want to play it for you, but my boombox is busted. So, if you're out there and find one that works, bring it to me, okay?
Can't you ask Jennifer or one of the other scavengers for help?
I already did, but they couldn't find anything. Just think about it, okay?
Oh, look, a side quest!
Side quest.
Yes, there are side quests in this game.
This guy reminds me of somebody.
Dr. Kleiner from Half-Life 2. Hey look, doggy!
Doggy. Where, Doggy?
And an old lady.
Doggy.
How are the wounded doing?
Doggy.
The few that came back.
Pet Doggy?
We patched them up and...
You cannot pet the dog in this game.
Uninstall this game right now.
What's going on?
You did spend a mission picked with the dog in a pocket, though.
Yes?
Like a teenage girl. That's your fault, young man.
Have you tried looking for him?
I've looked for him for a while. I went to the place where we said we'd meet if we ever got separated. But he wasn't there. Maybe it's stupid. Maybe I should stop thinking about him. He's probably dead by now. God knows he can't take care of himself.
Do you want to find him?
Sometimes I think I should drop everything and go. I would get an earful from Baron, but she's nothing I can't handle. Anyway, what I didn't tell you before is that during judgment...
Oh, I just read something incredibly creepy.
Oh yeah?
I don't
Yep.
know if it would have happened anyway, but I like to...
You know remember League of Legends?
I think
Oh, a game I never played and never want to play.
Good. Okay, so here's the thing, right? There is a new character called Seraphine in the game. She has infected the K-pop I listen to from KDA, a K-pop team in League of Legends. She's just
Infected.
infected. Sorry, K-pop is infected in my life. Okay, so here's the thing, right? I just finished reading a Medium article about like how the Seraphine character could actually be based off of an actual person, because the person who she was most likely based off of was the one who wrote the article. and it's kind of weird. And there's a lot of like evidence, like that she uses that shows that okay, maybe like Riot is profiting off of a woman's likeness without her permission.
Well, let's put it this way. It's roughly what you might expect from Riot Games in the first place, because they have no moral standards whatsoever.
Yep.
Anyway, while that was happening, I was having fun watching a character pop in and out of existence when I sidestepped in front of the door that he was sitting behind.
I love that.
So now I have to talk with Baron. She of the bitchy attitude and hard work makes everyone live, but well, apparently she's a love interest in this game. What does that say?
I don't know. Maybe this game has weird writing.
We're lost downtown.
I know that much. But how's that possible? What happened to our defense systems?
Alpha says one of our soldiers came with an order directly from you to reset the target settings for non-users.
He said what? Alright. This is what I want you to do. Find whoever is responsible for sending that order. All the messengers have GPS tracking, so we're keeping tabs on their location. Find them and bring them to me.
Understood.
And Rivers, despite what I might say about our resident egghead, I truly have a hard time believing that my men are incompetent. So expect the unexpected. And you know what I mean by that.
Do you think the Infiltrator's tracking?
We won't be sure until you find those messengers and confirm my suspicion.
Now that you mention it,
What?
one of our soldiers said that it looked as if one of our guys led Skynet's attack.
That only supports my case. As soon as you know what's going on, radio me.
You want me to break radio silence?
They have a head start on us. At this point, we can't afford to lose any time.
Who's Perry? You mentioned it.
The best soldier I ever fought beside. He was the one who brought me into the Resistance. It's actually a funny story. Years ago, when I was just a kid, I saw a Skynet drone attacking some guy. Without thinking, I grabbed a rock and jumped on it. The guy was screaming the whole time while I beat the metal to the ground. Only when I was done did I realize he was trying to stop me.
Seems you were a tough kid.
Life didn't exactly soften me much. To survive, I embraced the savage it made me. He was a resistance scientist, and that drone was one of his projects. So you can imagine he wasn't too happy when I smashed it to pieces. But he wasn't alone. There was this huge guy with a rifle on his shoulder, almost choking with laughter. He sure made his day.
Way to make a good first impression.
Sure is. That scientist later told me that was the first time he ever heard Perry laugh. Somehow, Perry and I connected. He taught me how to channel my anger and get it under control. He introduced me to Connor, and that's how I got to the 132nd.
Whatever happened to the scientist?
He was always doing his experiments, trying to outsmart Skynet.
Talk.
One day he fucked up. And because of that, he's no longer with us. Never thought I'd be reminiscing about the day I met him. This may come as a surprise to you, but it was the first metal I ever destroyed.
I'm not surprised. You were still just a kid.
That doesn't mean I didn't have a kill count back then. It just consisted of people. But that's a different story.
Can we say feral? Because I can say feral.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, sorry about that. Just wrangling plot is generally not really a moment for conversation and all that sort of horse shit unless something funny is happening. Oh shit, it's a munchkin.
It's fine. I don't really care too much.
There are people who need help more than me. Anyway, I can't talk. I have to bring something important to Erin.
The problem with Patrick can be summed up in a single statement. Adult voice actor. So I'm just gonna nip over here to the quartermaster and sell some shit.
Can I see your heart?
Like literal poop?
Haha.
That must be how they pad their bunker.
Nope, just getting rid of old ammunition that I don't need. And, well, an old gun, for that matter. Hey, I can get laser-guided missiles if I want. What do you think? Should I?
Good. So, sometimes you just need a fuck you button.
But I have a fuck you button. It's my sniper rifle. The problem is that the scope makes everything fucking ugly.
There you go. This is nothing a fuck you button.
Alright, fair enough. So, a little bit of tutorial for this thing. Laser-guided missile trajects according to the laser marker. Yay. Control the trajectory by aiming down sights and marking your target.
This reminds me of like Half-Life 2. and
Half-Life
Javelin.
1's rocket launcher had the same effect. And there, I'm ammoed up to the fucking gills, and I have all of 21 bucks left to my name.
$20.
So, onwards we go to exploring and shit.
This really reminds me of Metro Exodus. Metro.
Okay, so here's another tutorial feature, a tracking signal. Exact locations of your targets are not displayed. 2 signal strength indicators in the upper left corner of the heads-up display. Yada yada yada. Increasing
That's just what I
percentage.
did.
Yada yada yada.
I'll be back in a bit.
So, plasma containers. These have been shown in the game before, in my previous streams. The long and short version of them is that they're basically ammo storage, and popping them is always a good idea. Partly because of the free experience.
Out the deck again.
And well, that's mildly annoying. We've just discovered a new turret. In this case, it was firing purple plasma.
Purple.
Hey, we got the fucking, got it brand new, baby, right here. You know what I'm saying? What?
Alright, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm just reconfiguring my setup right now.
Well, I mean, I'm not having a welcome back. I'm not having a problem hearing you, thankfully.
I just wanted to make sure that my push to talk was working now. Hi, DC.
It should be, unless something stupid is going on.
Nah, I'm just using the browser extension instead of the downloaded app.
Aha.
You know, I think DC is correct. I like. This game really does have, like, that kind of, what do you call it? A Fallout 4 aesthetic. It really does feel like Fallout 4 sometimes.
Except for the fact that, essentially, Fallout was very strongly inspired by Terminator, because Terminator was pretty much one of the first real, media franchises to look at the concept of what if humanity was destroyed by nuclear Armageddon through something not in their direct control. I'm a cheeky bastard. So this area is actually, well, for lack of a better term, it's a semi-recycled area, in that I actually went through here earlier in the game.
Really? just keep taking pictures of all these like bad guys? What, are you some kind of voyeur or something?
No, there's a Pokemon Snap effect.
Oh.
I think it's like the Bioshock camera system.
Not quite. Oh, by the way, here's hacking. Hacking is Frogger.
This is weird.
I remember. No, I remember hacking with Frogger. I saw it last time.
Well, at least the hack can't hack you back.
Well, yeah, because it was a box. What was it going to do? Try and hack me back that way?
Look, Grump, I'm pretty sure we all know that you can hack it, okay? It's not a big deal.
I mean, like in the divine cybermancy, everything can hack and kill you.
And everything can be hacked. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that game had like a 32 multiplayer system.
Divine Cybermancy was a very strange game. It's a very interesting game, but it's very strange.
Yeah. Is this game more open world-ish, or, you know?
It's sort of a combination thereof. It has open world moments, and it has, well, for lack of a better term, closed world moments, where you're
Linear,
just,
you mean?
yeah, where you're just trying to avoid getting your ass killed, you know?
Man, we're all trying in this very hard world.
Yeah,
It's
like,
tough.
as an example,
We can do
I'm
it.
trying to sneak up to that turret because it's a new type of turret, and I haven't taken a photo of it. So if I can sneak behind it, I'll take a photo of it and then hack it. Assuming the game will let me hack it.
So what you're saying is that that turret can't hack it.
Well, I'm saying that earlier in the game you could hack red plasma turrets without needing the hacking skill. You just needed the hacking doodly whack that allowed you to start hacking in the first place.
So what's your favorite type of skill in the game so far?
Honestly, the skill that lets me shoot better. So that was a terrible photo taken, apparently.
Look, sometimes some things are just not photogenic.
An easy hack?
Yep. And that little buddy is now mine.
I hope it doesn't hack up a hairball.
Well, all joking aside, the fun with a hackable tool like this is quite simple.
That's a lie, actually. There's no joking aside.
How close do you need to get it to get a better picture?
It needs to be facing you, basically.
Remember Ghosty?
Basically, the long and short of it is that if you want to get a good photo of something, you're going to have to be up close, it's going to have to generally be looking at you, and possibly angry at you.
That sounds like a lot of effort for a photo.
It is. It's not really worth it at all.
So what do you get for photographing everything?
Fuck if I know. Right, there's a turret over there, too. Fucking hell.
How much PP do you get for photographing these enemies?
None.
Is there an ammo system in this game?
There is. In fact, various types of weapons use different flavors of ammo.
One gun uses the chili flavored, one gun uses avocado flavored, and the grenades are actually vanilla flavored.
Yeah, how do you check your ammo?
in this case by swapping to a different gun, but, well, that's because I have options set to, well, not really need it. In this case, the gun that I'm using, which is a Cyberdyne Systems plasma gun, has an overheat mechanic instead of needing to reload.
It has a lot of bullets in it.
In general, critical hits are what you want to aim for.
How can you even tell it's all, whitish?
Well, that's an issue with the this gun, but in general, for say a T8250 like that, 825 like that one over there walking around, you kind of want to aim for the head.
And the scopes on these things are not very useful.
The scope is kind of useful because of a mechanic where it basically, well, lets you look through walls.
Remember the far side from what was it, Perfect Dark?
Yeah, like right now, I'm looking through a wall, and I can see that turret, I know it's there, but I'm still looking through a wall.
This is basically the far side from Perfect Dark, except it doesn't shoot through walls.
And this is actually the second most powerful gun in the game.
Really? What's the most powerful gun?
The violet plasma version of this gun.
Did you say violet or violent?
Yes.
Violet. Violence.
In general, when it comes to hacking turrets, you always want to hack turrets, because of the fact that it's absolutely hilarious watching enemies get torn apart by their own stuff.
If you die on like the second route, the second stop point, do you restart from the very beginning or the?
No, there's a checkpoint system. It's not exactly a lenient checkpoint system, but it's there, so that helps.
What do you use the metal scraps for?
Pardon?
The metal scraps that you've been picking up.
Oh, that's for the crafting system. And, for example, with some crafting items, I can make ammunition.
It doesn't
Oh,
really seem
and
like you need to make ammunition considering how much you have.
you can never have too much ammunition.
Yeah, this seriously kind of reminds me of Fallout.
There's some strong inspiration, yes, and honestly, my only real gripe is the fact that they use the Bethesda style of unlocking for lockpicking and such, which is the laziest type of unlocking, but, well, can't have everything, can we?
So for guns, do you find them off of enemies or just buy them from shops?
Yes, to both. Okay, so this one is actually a medium hack.
It does look a bit beefier.
Oh dear, your hacking's too low.
Assume that he's almost ready for next level up, so...
Not for a little while longer.
I mean, it's 46, and you have
Now I hit that
only-
level up because there was a Terminator that walked up behind me, tried to shoot me, and I shot him better.
You are the better shooter.
Yep. Now,
it's
at
kind
the
of
at the start of this game, fighting a Terminator like this was very much how to get yourself dead. So, the fact that the game actively reflects just you becoming that much of an absolute ass kicker is quite impressive in its own right. So I have a huge amount of ammunition, a huge amount of free time, and a huge amount of Terminators to kill. Because who doesn't like murdering Clanks?
Clank sexuals, I guess.
Hey, if someone wants to hump a toaster, that's their own fault.
I mean, you're right. Wow, that explosion really did a number on that,
Armored
that bot.
Spider, yep. The explosions of those plasma cells, or whatever they're called at the moment, I'm not thinking off the top of my head, are almost always powerful enough to kill an enemy if it's standing close enough, and if it's not standing close enough, it'll still take off a huge fucking chunk.
Hot diggity dang.
Yep. Sorry about that, I just had to flex my hand for a little bit because I was worried it was starting to try and get numb, and numb appendages suck. So.
Can confirm.
Upstairs. Who left this here? It's probably a trap.
Oh, it's definitely a trap. The question is, how are we going to spring it, right? Terminator brains, ladies and gentlemen.
Terminator brains? Do they taste like monkey brains?
Now think about it. You'll see.
Better be worth the fun.
You know, what's funny is that like while you're playing this this game, one of my other servers is actually watching the original Terminator movie.
Which, I might add, is an exceptionally good movie. The Terminator itself was created from a fever dream, in fact.
James Cameron used to make really good movies.
Yep, even when he was an incredible asshole. He still makes incredibly good movies, it's just that he's mellowed out from being an incredible asshole.
He made Avatar.
I didn't say all of his movies are going to be winners.
Can you take down that 8K aerial?
I wish I could, but I cannot. It is virtually immune to every weapon I have, which makes me nervous.
I guess it makes sense because if the Resistance had like any sort of weapons to fight that kind of hardware, then these would be too easy.
Hey, I remember this trunk. In this police car there used to be a shotgun. And then I got my first shotgun in the game.
How do you swap out your weapons?
Mouse wheel.
Wait, really? You carry all your weapons on you?
Basically, yeah. I'll show you. Inventory. 3 weapons, and, well, a doodly whack, in this case sticky bombs. So I have a weapon in slot 1, a weapon in slot 2, a weapon in slot 3, and a weapon in slot 4. I can control with mouse wheel, so I can rotate through like so, or I can go through by number. My defensive item is also my heal, so H, and my offensive item is, well, G on the keyboard. And because I have another skill point, because I'm level 20, let's see what I can do. Well, might as well get hacking too anyway, right?
That's where the Emperors used to be. Destroying the sloping mountains.
Spider Scouts, by the way, are the weakest enemy in the game. They're still annoying little shits.
Nobody likes spiders.
Oh, I have someone who will practically squee over the side of a spider because she thinks they're adorable.
Hmm. Oh man. The original Terminator is so good.
I mean, let's be fair, these Terminators don't suck, it's just that they are outclassed by my awesomeness and my immense swinging dick.
I was actually watching the movie. I am currently juggling multiple things at once again, even though my family specifically told me not to do that.
Well, take your time. Consider stopping juggling.
Yeah, I'm just focusing back here now.
Plasma containers make pretty explosions, don't they?
I guess. I'm not much of an explosion connoisseur, but it was pleasant.
Well, explosion connoisseur is important. So, fun thing with turrets. They don't hear you.
Yeah? Well, I mean, like, the only sense... give me a sec. My brain had to free for it. The only sense human, they don't sense you feet. Every time you hack, I'm reminded of that scene in Miguel and Log in the movie, where, like, Lord Genome is, like, he's entered the internet of the bad guys and he's like, hacking! Have you watched Gurren Lagann?
Not off the top of my head, no.
What about you, DC?
I think DC got distracted by a shiny thing. Or he DC'd.
No, he's still here in the chat. Just he must be away or distracted.
As I said, distracted by shiny things. Something that happens to all of us because we are all distracted by shinies.
I'm basically a crow, yes.
So, these little critters, silverfish. They are unique to and part of the Terminator expanded universe, and they are essentially robot pillbug suicide bombs.
I remember in my old house where, like, I'm trying to do stuff with my my hose, and then, like, just a whole bunch of silverfish just kind of climb out of it. I'm like, Flamethrowers suck in video games.
Well, the reason why is quite simply due to the fact that it's game balance.
Game balance is bullshit, man. Like, fucking, why is a shotgun useless after 10 feet?
Game balance. When in reality, a shotgun can easily hit and kill a large animal at upwards of 200 meters.
Well, I can't even see people at 200 meters.
I mean, in the first stream of this game, I mentioned that my personal record with a hunting shotgun, using slugs mined, not shells, was 272 meters and an expensive 4 slugs to kill a deer.
Did you use a rangefinder to determine that length?
Yep, laser rangefinder. Of course, that was after the fact.
I'm gonna go on a little tangent and say, like, one of the things I really enjoyed about Metal Gear Solid 5 was the fact that it actually had a rangefinder scope, and you could use it to like kind of like gauge where your bullets would drop. It was really cool. Actually, no, there was a different gun, and it would just straight up like tell you the drop. It wouldn't tell you like about leading, but
when it comes down to it,
was really cool. I liked it.
It's
What's up?
An incredibly useful tool. So let's start with that and go from there, right? Okay, down here there was a toolbox that we used to fix the bus, so we don't have to need to go back down here again. The reason why I came out here was partly to explore and loot and get more experience, because experience is a very finite number in this game, but because of the fact that, well, I did not know this at the time, but there was a free rocket launcher there.
Wow.
So I have a laser-guided RL-43 rocket launcher, and a heat-seeker RL-92.
Yes, he has more or less insulted the child.
So now I got 2 rocket launchers.
You know,
This
you should
one,
just
which is,
fill
well,
your entire inventory with nothing but rocket launchers.
and this one. I kind of wonder, will the heat seeker actually... Well, that annoyed it. I want to see if the rocket will actually lock onto it. Okay, I'm not getting any painting.
Might it be out of range? Uh-oh, yeah, this is gonna be a problem. This is a problem.
It is a problem, but at the same time, it's kind of a fun problem. Until I did that. God damn it, me. Okay, so... I'm actually going to take a moment and grab a drink, so feel free to point and laugh at me for killing myself with my own rocket launcher.
Ha 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 ha. 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 Okay, I'm done.
If you're gonna point and laugh, put some emotion into it. Anyway, let's restart from checkpoint. Okay, and we are back here before we actually went down this tube to get to the second rocket launcher. So we may as well do that post-haste.
Rocket launchers are the reason that humanity still lives.
Are you sure?
Actually, no, backing up a little bit, and I'm seriously asking, did you actually manage to hit the aerial with your rocket launcher?
I did.
Did it do any damage?
Yep, big chunk of it.
Dang. Heavy skip, yo. I really like Dying Light's version of unlocking.
I have not played Dying Light, so feel free to elucidate me.
It's basically the same thing, but since I play with the controller, like you get like vibration feedback.
Ah.
If you're doing it wrong, and like it'd be kind of finicky, but at the same time, it's like it's satisfying.
The vibration feedback thing was actually also done in Thief 4, which, by the way, is still a shit thief game, but a great burglary simulator.
Having played the game before, yes, I can concede that. I will concede it, I mean. It is a really interesting burglary simulator, but it's pretty fucking stupid.
It's just not Thief. It does not feel like the Thief games we enjoyed in years hence.
It had graphic content with like kind of no, it made sense actually, but still, one level had you infiltrating a brothel. I mean, you can imagine like what that would lead to.
Yep. Tits.
Yep. Well, I was about to say, like, did your like med pack just try to blow you up?
No, but that HK aerial is better shot than it should be.
Hey, Logar.
Oh.
And feel free to introduce yourself for the Peanut Gallery.
Hello, I'm Liquid again.
And I'm still B-Man.
Oh, that was a good hit. Haha.
Oh, let me see that, yo.
Oh, and also I hate the children.
You would. You're like, what, 19 years old?
At 21.
Oh my god, stupid, they came back at you. Oh man. Oh man, that's so rude. You know, tastings are pretty hardy.
HK aerials are one of the hardest enemies in the game, and I just killed one.
Yes. Oh dude, that was clutch.
Nice.
It took me 6 missiles.
You know, I wish I could have clipped that one thing where you accidentally missiled yourself. But at the same time, which you can take pictures through like solid objects.
No.
The game just recognizes it.
That's correct.
Okay.
So, let's see what my murdering of that turret and, more importantly, murdering of that HK gets me,
I hope it gets you something hella nice.
So, first and foremost, an HK is not small. This is a big thing. Okay, we got 7 laser-guided missiles, so I'm up on the ammo, bunch of explosive materials, and a bunch of violet plasma cells. Yoink.
This is a nice haul. Yeah.
Plus 32 experience for blowing up that plasma container over there. I appreciate the fact that the sniper rifle is really fucking good.
Big bullets.
And finally, the first medium hack of the game.
At least it's not a well done hack. Yes, I like it. I do occasionally enjoy my steaks well done.
You animal.
Look, man, sometimes it's hard to get steaks, okay? And also, yeah, you know what? I really shouldn't be apologizing for, like, just, you know, sometimes I like a thing. That's stupid.
Never apologize. I will still be a sassy bastard at you, though.
I mean, like, if you weren't, I'd be concerned.
True that. Okay, so that just had some silverfish that we blew up. A couple of crates full of ammo. Good times. Now we just need to find the signal strength on the second signal here, which is currently rising at 33%, so it's a ways away.
I wish I could download the app again. The Discord app. So are you still looking for like those what do you call it? The people to find out who exactly messed up the assault on Skynet?
Yep, we have one courier left to find. So, one down, one to go. And the one that we first found ended up having his radio stolen and was quite dead. So, we have strong suspicions of there being infiltrator activity.
That's bullshit, man.
And why would it be bullshit? It's exactly the sort of thing that makes infiltrators so paranoia-inducing within the Terminator universe.
You know, I think I notice more if one of my coworkers showed up and instead of being a regular human, he was like a 6-foot robot with like human teeth. I think that stands out a little bit.
Well, sure, he would stand out a little bit if he was a 6-foot-tall robot with human teeth. If he was not wearing a human skin.
Like, that just make it even more conspicuous. If only because, like, how does one, like, really wear a human skin? Like a jacket or something?
Well, let's
Like,
put it this
if it
way.
just showed up with- okay.
One of the rules in the Terminator universe is that time travel cannot take inorganic objects. And a Terminator, which is obviously very inorganic due to being, well, a Terminator, is capable of transporting itself to through time via the use of a simple method. It uses a literal body suit made of squishy flesh to cover the metal bits.
I mean, what about the more advanced Terminator types?
Like the T-1000?
The T-1000 is water, like, except metal.
That's right, the T-1000 is liquid metal, and it's intelligent liquid metal, which is what makes it fucking scary. But at the end of the day, it too has to follow the same rules in regards to time travel. So, as for how the T-1000 got into the past during the movie Terminator 2, you can safely assume that Skynet crammed a T-1000 into a human skin, sewed it up, and then sent it on its way.
So, I'm reading that, like, they literally made a jacket made out of human skin for it, and wrapped it up inside the jacket, and then sent it on its way.
Basically, yes. Bundled up in a human skin jacket.
That's mortifying, yet hilarious.
You mean horrifying, don't you?
No, I meant what I said.
Well, something mortifying is embarrassing.
Horrifying and hilarious. Because I have the mental image of, like, just kind of a leather jacket made out of human skin, and it's just, like, uncomfortably stuck inside this thing because it's not that big.
Needless to say, there's some pretty fucked up stuff that goes on within the Terminator verse.
Do the, like, Terminators have peepees? Like, I legitimately forget if they do.
I mean, they probably do. Like some of the more advanced models, maybe, but...
Wait, no, Terminator 3 actually answers this. Yes, they do.
Take care of it. Slow down.
Because, like, when Arnold Schwarzenegger came back in time again, he went through the bar, and everyone started, like, looking at his pee-pee, and then, like, he said, like, then the second guy who was, like, being annoying was like, talk to the hand, and then the next scene is, like, he's wearing the dude's outfit and his glasses, and then he dishes the glasses, because the glasses are, like, pink star glasses. Honestly, I think it was cute. I think he should have kept them, but, like, whatever, I'm not a robot. I don't know what robots think about.
One of these days, we should really take the time to make the swarm of films. Sorry. We should take the time to make the movie night, sit down and marathon through the good Terminator movies. So the first two.
That's fucking savage.
Of course it's fucking savage. It's me we're talking about.
But you're very nice.
Yes, but I'm also opinionated and loud.
Aren't we all opinionated and loud? We're all humans, are we?
Yeah, but I'm German.
But I'm Pakistani. So I'm not only loud, but obnoxious about my views.
I'm Indonesian and Chinese.
And Liquid doesn't matter. Oh, is Liquid even here?
He's here, but he's not saying anything.
Well, I could just tell this, you guys, he smells. And
Hey, look,
he can't
plot's
go backwards.
happening.
And I bet that he can't reach 80 miles per hour on his skateboard.
Can you do those things?
Yes, obviously. Why would I make fun of someone for not being unable to do the thing if I myself were unable to do the thing?
You know what I don't get about the Terminators? They're kind of... some of the models are kind of skeleton-y, which leaves their gears to be exposed and stuff.
I think that the Terminator units were specifically designed to be an infiltrator first sort of enemy.
The endoskeleton that the T-800 is, as mentioned, an endoskeleton. It is not a complete unit. It is designed to be modular, it is designed to be upgraded, it is designed to be changed as need be, but the long and short of it is that at the end of the day, this is a thing that is... God damn it, wrong fucking button.
It's a thing designed to kill you.
It's also designed to be a sneaky bastard if it needs to be.
For the most part, the T-800s seem to be designed to be cheaply produced and, you know, durable enough to take a few hits, but as long as you equip it with a big enough gun, they don't really need to have that much.
Or a press.
Oh,
Not
you
press, could have been a press.
T-825?
Yeah, the T-825, I think is the flamethrowers, guys? Or no, that's
No, the 808 is the
T-808.
flamethrower loader. The T-825 has 2 plasma rifles instead of 1.
So upgraded server modules.
Yep. Very dexterous those are.
How many models of Terminators do you go through?
Fair amount. As example, the classic Infiltrator, the one that is so infamous as Arnold Schwarzenegger and all that, is a T-850.
T-800 101.
It's a T-850 101. It's a T-800 model that's been upgraded. The T-101 is, if I recall correctly, very much, what's the term I'm looking for? The T-101 is another infiltrator of the T-850 chassis as well. So as you can see, I actually have an objective to bugger off through one of 2 escape points, one where I started and one up ahead of me, so we're going ahead. And of course we have another skill point here, so let's see what I can activate. Let's go for Stealth 2, because I like being semi-sneaky-ish. Stealth 3 is even better. The stealth skills are really not so much about the reduced detection time, because that's a bit of a joke in this game, but more about the secondary effects to it. Like, for example, right now I can actually tag an enemy.
What's your favorite model of the Terminator then?
I don't really have a favorite model per se, but the one that's probably one of the more interesting ones to me is one of the non-canon ones. You see, once upon a time there was a very bad comic book that decided to make a hybrid between a Terminator, an alien, and a Predator.
How do you do that?
I suppose you use the Predator's technology, and then you give it a flesh suit of a alien with the endoskeleton of the Terminator.
Good guess, but no, what was actually going on is that it was using the endoskeleton and exoskeleton of the xenomorph to increase its toughness.
So an endoskeleton.
Wait, they have, like, skeletons?
Well, the endoskeleton is the skeleton that most living beings have, because it's the one inside you. The exoskeleton is like an insectoid skeleton. It's very much the one outside of you, you know?
I forgot. Do aliens like have both?
Yes, they do. They have an endo and an exoskeleton.
Probably what makes them so tough.
Nothing about them makes any sense.
That's the point.
I almost said Jeff, but that's the name of my best friend. It's like, Jeff, what the fuck is going on? Like, no, it's like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna shut up now.
So it's a Terminator fashioned in the shape of an alien using Predator technology?
No, it is a Terminator in the shape of a human using Predator biology and alien skeletal biology.
That sounds stupid.
How does that work?
It's a comic book. Just turn your brain off and leave it at the door.
I mean, I suppose, you know, the Terminator could be using the alien carapace as armor, and then.
Oh, no. It gets... Let's put it this way. At the end of it,
Apparently Skynet's got a real hard on for me. So we figured why not use you as bait.
Aren't you afraid that Skynet...
Oh my god. It's not that lit. Where's my wife?
But yeah, they have Terminators that are bikes.
Wait, Terminator bikes?
Yeah.
Why?
I mean, technically anything produced by Skynet could be considered a Terminator if it was designed for the sole purpose of eliminating all humans. So, you know. This one just happens to be faster.
So, guess how well this goes over?
Not well. This is becoming anime, so I'm able to tell what's going on.
I think that might be it.
Good enough for me.
Ceasefire! Ceasefire! Target down! I repeat, target down!
Go check him!
Eyes on the target. Proceed with caution. Is he dead? What the fuck? He's the target!
Can't get away. Fire at will!
Oh,
I have to wonder, how do the Resistance, you know, have these weapons?
It's an
Repeat that again?
So, guess what? This fucker has a plasma minigun!
I
Oh,
remember
T850. I'm wondering, how does the Resistance, have all these weapons?
Most of them are domestically produced. They are essentially retrofit assault rifles that are now using plasma energy.
I mean, like how they got so many?
Yeah.
I mean, like it's still possible to take down Terminators with conventional firepower. It's established throughout the movies that it's just really goddamn hard.
Because if I were Skynet, right, I would design a Terminator that would be, well, not impossible, but really hard to kill with conventional weaponry, but equip it with weaponry that just is able to kill humans, but won't be able to penetrate their armor.
Well, I mean, like,
as effect.
As I guess engineer adjacent, I can tell you that like you can't get everything at what you want at once, right? Like just it may be just impossible to create like a Terminator, like a T800 series that like is heavily armored, but also is able to pass as human. Like,
well, no, I don't want it to pass as human. I just want it to be heavily armored and then just be equipped with weapons that can kill humans easily, but can't kill the Terminators easily.
Well, then you fall into the logistical trap of trying to make a weapon that is powerful but not too powerful. And frankly, the arms race of weapon versus armor, weapon will always have the advantage.
I mean, the Resistance members don't seem to have too much armor in the first place. And equipping
I'm pretty sure it's because they wanted to see her boobies. But
and equipping like with the Terminators with higher level guns seems to be kind of
higher caliber guns, you mean?
Seems to be self-defeating in that for every Terminator that they kill, they might be able to reverse engineer their gun technology.
Well, I mean, like, yeah, that's literally every war, dude. I'm not like trying to be, put you down.
No, I get it. It's just,
I know what you're trying to go for, man, but it's just like sometimes. Like,
I mean, as an example, just look at the evolution of, say, a warship. The modern warship now has next to no armor because basically the concept of the anti-ship missile made armor redundant, you know?
Okay. I don't think redundant is the correct word here. I think the correct word is useless.
Obsolete.
Oh yeah, that too, actually, yes. I think that's a much more good. That's a much better word to use. A more gracious. Fuck, I can't talk right now.
It's fine. I get those fits sometimes too. The Terminators seem to be. They always seem to go like with human level reaction levels.
The thing with Terminators is that they are actually slower on human reactions because they're all controlled by Skynet. So basically, a Terminator sees something or someone, goes, "Oh, what's that?" Pings Skynet. Oh shit, grenade.
It's basically Google Stadia.
Oh wow, that sucks.
Yeah, that's actually an accurate comparison. It's like Google Stadia because it has to ping back to its server before it can react, and that can be anywhere from half a second to 2 seconds in information lag.
With its goddamn stuff in the future too. No.
So as a result of that, you can take advantage of it.
No, these ones are like are the Stadia versions. The one in the movies are autonomous.
And I guess they kind of fear about having too many autonomous Terminators due to the betrayal aspect of the.
It's more like because they capture the Terminators and reprogram them. The Terminators themselves do not have like an inherent capacity to betray. It's entirely like just like they tinkered around in the software and just got him to like work with them.
You just saw me put a missile into his chest and he didn't die.
At least the armor seems to be working kind of well for this one.
Why aren't the missiles working?
Because the T-850 is fucking
It
tough.
doesn't make any sense.
I have no idea why the Skynet doesn't try to starve them out of their resources, like guns or.
I'm pretty sure like that's what it has been trying to do that.
Skynet wants to be proactive in its genocide instead of reactive.
For an AI, it seems awfully impatient.
There was no doubt in it. Skynet had created a cybernetic organism. It was designed to blur the line between a man.
The T-850 was built by Tong.
Wolves in sheep's clothes. Some of us left, even though we hadn't seen any other info.
There's a lot of 800 variants.
We didn't think we had. And that fear of not knowing was what turned the tide of this war. That night, Skynet won. I still have to run some tests, so for now I would say no.
We need some more time, Connor.
I know you don't want to hear this, Commander, but if there's one person who can help us, it's Dr. Mack.
Mac, we don't even know if he's alive.
He is. He's in the Hollywood Hills. We knew a time would come when we'd need him again, so we've kept an eye on him.
You've been watching him without telling me?
Seems the T-800 is weak to plasma fire, but resistant to most small arms and higher caliber bullets.
You know what happened last time. He's the reason Perry's dead.
I said that's enough. Sergeant Rivers?
Yes, sir.
Netcom believes that being marked with termination is a badge of honor. A sign that we're doing something right. We wear it proudly. And knowing you're wearing such a badge, Rivers, is all I need to trust you with handling this vehicle. Commander Barron will fill you in on the details. Good luck, soldier. Over and out.
Looks like you're going to Hollywood Hills. Dr. Edwin Mack is the one who taught us how to use Skynet's weapons, so there's a chance he can do his job. Take him that second-generation plasma rifle and see if he's able to reprogram it. If we want to use Skynet's weapons, we need to bypass their encryption lockouts.
How will I find him?
He's obsessed with surveillance. So when you get there, look for any cameras, biometric sensors, or any other tech stuff. He should be around. That's it.
Whee! Look at this fucker that I ganked. He looks a whole lot prettier when he's not shot full of holes.
So, it seems that John Connor is kind of an asshole.
Connor's a little bit of an asshole, yes, but it's kind of, important. So, hey look, here's a nice thing. It counts as a key item, so I don't have to worry about it in my inventory.
That's nice.
Nice.
I wonder what they gained from researching the corpses of the Terminators.
Well, isn't it obvious? How to kill it better.
Well, besides that, I mean, because there's only so much you can do.
Yeah, true. Anyway, I should probably talk with these NPCs and all and see what they have to say and all that happy horse shit, because we are coming up on, well, late-ish. It's only 9:30 right now, so I'm going to continue playing for another hour and a half. So, well, let's just keep on keeping on.
What do you need?
Cecil, Cecil Kane. Hi, Cecil. He said Connor's kind of sus.
He can't be trusted, and he's highly manipulative. So you need to stay cautious.
You know what'd be a good Terminator game? In the vein of XCOM, I think.
That would be an interesting concept. The main issue is quite simply that, well, in the Terminator universe, the reason why humanity won is not because of XCOM's steady escalation, like in the XCOM games where you reverse engineer shit. It's just pure cussed blind luck for a large part of it.
Was Mac the one who's drone you smashed?
Yes.
Skynet seems kind of dumb for an AI.
Before I met Mac and Perry, I was wandering alone. Didn't have a map, so I drew one myself. The first people I came across were two guys, old enough to remember Judgment Day. We camped out together. They gave me advice, we shared some stories. Sounds nice, right?
A little too good to be true.
It was. I was too naive to notice it back then. When I woke up, all my things were gone, including my map. There I was, lost in the desert. Thirst and hunger. I knew I was gonna die. I passed out with my face in the sand. But next thing, I was lying in a bed, bathed and wearing clean clothes.
I'm guessing there's no happy ending to this story either.
You're starting to learn. Through the window, I saw thousands of Terminators. First, I thought it was a work camp. It was something else. A Skynet research facility. They kept me alive, but I didn't know why. I thought I was the only human there. But after a while, someone came into my cell. A man. Well-dressed, clean-shaven. You want to take a guess who that was?
An infiltrator.
No way. He was a traitor to his race. Bastard was selling every piece of knowledge the machines didn't have. In return, they gave him everything he wanted. When he was done stuffing his face with food, he had another request. He wanted a hug. It lasted months, until I got to wrap a towel around his neck and make his eyes pop. You don't want to see people for what they really are. I've seen their true face. That traitor, those two guys in the desert, Mac, they all showed it to me. It's not fair. The truth is, the only reason I fight for the resistance is because I despise people just a little less than machines.
Ow, the edge. So edgy. Ow, ow. So much edge. Fuck off, Baron.
Sure, let's trust someone who gets called Dr. Death. That won't bite us in the ass. In the meantime, I'll see what I can learn from the new CPU we acquired from that Infiltrator. This could be the breakthrough that we've all been waiting for. I need to concentrate, so please don't disturb me.
Jacob, do you have a minute?
Of course.
I've heard that you're going to Hollywood Hills. Well, with Baron yelling like that, the whole shelter heard. He wanted me to tell you if I needed anything, so here it is. When you get to Hollywood Hills, could you stop by my old house? It's near the Griffith Park tennis courts. I wonder if Peter went there and left something for me. I know he'd be stupid to go there since now it's behind the Annihilation line, but then again, he was always full of stupid ideas.
I'll see what I can do.
Thank you.
Look at him. He never talks to anyone. He just sits there. I bet he's one of those machines.
Civilians. Still useful? Oh, nope.
I think we should as well. Yeah, but where to?
Just gonna take a quick poke and a peek around, see if there's anything needing doing that's not yelling at NPCs. Looks like it's clear for the time being, so let's go back to yelling at NPCs.
Yay. Give me a second, I'll be back.
Don't be shy, Rivers. Turn up the volume. See? I knew you'd like it.
God damn it! I thought I told you. I can't work with so much noise. I need absolute silence, so please stop that.
Yes, that achievement I just got is for annoying Alvin with the radio.
Join Skynet!
Alvin is a giant baby, but it's funny to antagonize him.
Jacob.
What's the situation, Sheldon?
Not that great. People are getting nervous. A lot have already left, and even more planned to leave. Even Mark and Laura. I saw them packing earlier.
And what about you?
Just the thought of running again's making me sick. Must be getting old. Plus, we got everything we could need right here. Where else would I go? Besides, I have faith in Baron would never let anything happen to this place. She's way too upset about security.
Earlier, you said that a new era started. What changed?
Well, for one thing, with Tucker dead, I became the new leader of the group. Something I never expected or wanted, for that matter.
What did you do about it?
That same night, I looked around at all those people who survived, and I felt scared. Scared of what they expected of me. I started to walk away like I was on autopilot. I don't know if I wanted to run away or to kill myself. But then, something surreal happened. I found a metal door in the ground in the middle of nowhere. I was real unsure about what I might find under it, but what I did find was the aftermath of a massacre.
More Terminators?
That's exactly what I thought at first, but it turned out to be something even more scary. It looked like they decided to commit suicide. I couldn't understand it. To me, they had everything. Food, water. They even had a case of beer. So, I got shit-faced and started crying over my brother's death. But I realized something. I realized that I could maybe survive there.
Did you come back to tell everyone?
I did. After I buried the bodies outside, I returned to the camp with the good news. After that, we were all right. That night, I learned two things. Firstly, that it's okay to be scared. Secondly, that there are two sides to everybody. Ironically, me being a scaredy cat turned me into a good leader. And that's how I found that place, and that's what motivated me to help others. But Tucker, he was a leader from the start, but he had an ugly side too. He killed those who opposed him. He was a real scumbag, but he was my brother. He made me want to be a good person for the both of us. A hangover wasn't a high price to pay for that lesson.
There will be plot points in the very near future where we will have to decide things about certain members of the shelter.
Do you need anything?
Can I see your hardware?
Okay, let's see what we got here. So the laser-guided rocket launcher, I'm keeping it. The heat seeker, not so much. I'm gonna toss that.
So I'm just gonna bounce. I gotta bounce now.
Take care of yourself,
Yeah,
B-Man.
yeah, just taking care of stuff. I'll see you guys later. Enjoy stopping the robot revolution. It's kind of rude. It's mean. Killing people, don't do it.
Well,
Don't kill
preventing the
people.
apocalypse is
Come
kind of
on,
important.
robot.
Jacob, I didn't see you there.
Where are you going?
I'm going out scavenging. Don't worry. I'm past thinking about running away. Knowing how much you've missed me made me not want to leave.
Where's Patrick?
He's getting ready. I'm taking him with me. I figure it's time for him to see what's out there.
Is he okay? You seem far away.
Nothing can get past you, can it? I've been thinking about the day we met. I never told you how we really ended up there.
You don't have to if you don't want to.
No, I think I need this. It's been eating at me all this time. That day, loud hammering woke me up. When I came downstairs, I saw my father nailing the window shut. Through the crack, I saw them coming. Hundreds of metal heads and their red eyes. Even though they're just empty shells, I could feel the hate radiating from them.
What did you do?
I made Patrick stay upstairs and went back to talk to my father. We argued for a minute or two, and I tried to pull him away from the window. He pushed me away. I tried it again, but he shoved me. This time I fell. I didn't recognize him as he was reaching for his shotgun. He said, I shouldn't worry about the machines. They wouldn't hurt us. I don't even remember how. The gun was already in my hands. I closed my eyes and went someplace else. Didn't even hear the shot. I didn't hear Patrick's steps either.
Saw him?
He did. He was staring at me like I was a stranger. He didn't scream or cry. He just stared. I threw the gun away, grabbed Patrick, and tried not to notice the hole in my father's unmoving chest. As we ran, I could hear them coming, so we found somewhere to hide. And you came. I wanted to tell someone about all this, but I was afraid to.
You don't have to be afraid.
No, not anymore. We talk a lot about how heartless the machines are. And I started to think that maybe I was too. I probably would have convinced myself of that if it wasn't for you keeping me sane. Thank you for everything. I never thought I would find a friend in times like these.
Oh, what's with the dog?
They've been like that ever since they brought that thing in.
I hast returned. I still believe that Rivers is the...
You're alive.
Do whatever it takes to get everyone out of that shelter. You understand? You're not safe there.
What? Why? God damn it. What does he mean? Get everyone out of the shelter?
So, you ever wonder why the stranger sounds a bit like Rivers?
I was right. Rivers is a goddamn thing, isn't he?
An infiltrator? No.
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, it's a good guess, but I mean, he has a kill order out on him, courtesy of Skynet. That's not something an infiltrator would have to deal with.
I mean, this game does involve, time travel. And this is a Terminator game.
No, they put out the kill order on him for deep cover. Also, hold on. Gura's doing a fucking big iron.
Yeah, I got tagged in that for some reason.
Hey, look, a free shotgun. I don't need it. I actually do like the shotgun in this game because it's incredibly beefy. It hits like a ton of bricks, and it's the only weapon in the game that can actually knock down a T-800 short of a heavy-duty weapon like a plasma gun, which you don't normally have access to at the start of the game.
Is there even a plasma shotgun for this game?
There is not. There is a plasma minigun, however, which is what was being used against me by the Infiltrator when I killed it. So yes, you can get your hands on a plasma minigun, and absolutely abuse the fuck out of it.
But does it make a satisfying whir?
Maybe. I haven't used one yet.
Fair enough.
Dr. Mac, is that you? The Resistance needs your help. Mac! It would be a shame to lose that camera.
Now, why would you do that?
Because we don't have time for this. Come out here. Skynet has developed a new Terminator model, the Infiltrator.
You've seen one already?
We've captured one, and we need your help. Are you there?
How do I know you're not an infiltrator? You've seen them. You know how incredibly lifelike they are, so you should understand my concern. Head up that hill. If you want me to help you, you have to take a test for me.
Test?
Yes, to determine whether you're a Terminator or not. Be careful, I'm watching you.
I am suddenly tempted to blow up that camera anyway. But first and foremost, we may as well poke around and loot the shit out of the place, right?
Oh no, she's gonna start singing It's Beginning to Look a Lot Like Christmas. I gotta run. And quickly insult the kid again.
Something you might have noticed in this game is that there is a minor issue in regards to stuff like the lockpicking and such, in that the controls are sticky. Oh look, a plasma minigun!
Now why would this random ass store have that?
I have no idea, but I'm gonna upgrade this fucker.
Do it.
So it's called a plasma minigun, but honestly it's better described as a light machine gun. I am still inordinately pleased by this toy.
Quickly kill the child. He is the infiltrator.
It's a child. I'm not gonna kill a child.
Let there be no witnesses.
You have been playing too much Warhammer.
No, actually. I have been playing a lot of Black Ops 3, though. Going after those.
Well, that'll do it.
Zombie Easter eggs.
Meanwhile, I am doing something silly tomorrow.
Ooh, woo.
Picking up my PS5.
Interesting.
And Demon Souls Remastered.
Oh, fuck, yeah. Fair enough. That's the only reason I have any real interest in the PS5. Because Bloodborne is coming to PC. And Left Alive is on PC if I ever want to torture myself again.
Yeah, but torturing you is easy.
This is true. I just need to get another Nick Cage game. Ah.
Well, let's be fair, Nick Cage isn't that bad.
Yes.
It's
I meant
David Cage.
I don't know why I said Nick Cage. I like Nick Cage. He's a good actor.
To be fair, he is slightly insane.
Aren't they all?
I did say slightly. So, I have a new toy. It eats a lot of ammo. It fires really fast. It looks reasonably cool. And, of course, well, it does a stupid amount of damage. The stupid amount of damage is the important part.
It looks like they strapped a water tube onto an M2.
That's not a bad thing.
I mean, you're not wrong, but still.
And let's be fair, there are older weapons that have had water cooling.
This is true.
I mean, as a good example, there's the Maxim 08, which is actually a German gun, and it was the first reliable machine gun used in World War I.
I don't have time for any of this. Just tell me where you are.
Accurate.
I'm not a robot.
The 30 cal used to have water cooling. Then we stopped using that. We ditched it in favor of the bar. And then immediately ditched the bar.
I'm tempted to just punt Mac as soon as I see him.
Aim for the testicles.
However, Mac is essential. Not only to this game, but more importantly, he is essential to the greater Terminator storyline, even though he does not have a part shown in Terminator 1. And, more importantly, in Terminator 2. Feel free to guess what we have to do.
Shoot something.
Well, to start off with, we have to kill 8 Terminators.
Of course. Oh yeah, Kane in the chat says, River's being pretty sus, carrying around a plasma minigun and refusing to kill children. And also, that's a normal reaction to Mac.
So, explosives. They're just guarding trade resources. In this case, wine. Wine that is somehow still drinkable.
That's actually...
Up. I mean,
I guess
could you blame him?
some wine.
I mean, depending on where you go and where you live, yes. For example, most wines don't turn into vinegar for a good long while.
Yeah.
Though, to be fair, you ever hear the classic one about what did the grape say when someone stepped on it?
No, I did not.
Nothing, it just let out a little whine.
Then the newscaster fell and made those really weird noises. I don't know, is that a joke people are gonna get?
It depends on how old they are and how meme-tastic they are.
Damn it, that makes me feel old and out of touch with memes.
Gotcha, bitch!
That feels like cheating standing in front of the door.
He killed me for grabbing my throat. Still, got 3 of them. Then it was just a matter of my health got low enough.
Oof. So, I tried to Google if there was a video game based off of the Gate anime. All I got was a bunch of articles about Gamergate.
Well, let's be fair. You watched Gate for some stupid-ass reason, and I laughed my ass off at you for watching it because of the fact that it is notoriously bad. And, frankly, any punishment you could bring upon yourself is simply made worse by the fact that you're willing to actually try and watch more of it for some stupid-ass reason.
Well, parts of it were good enough to interest me, such as the small CQC expert, because she was cute and hot. Although her Season 2 quote-unquote upgrades, eh.
Well, that's 2 dead Terminators so far. 2 down, 6 to go. And a new plasma rifle, the V96. I really have an inordinate love for the sniper rifle.
I mean, it do big damage, and it knock them on their ass. Kane remarks, I do like how ammo is absolutely zero issue in this whole game. You're just swimming in it, even late early game.
I am just absolutely up to my fucking kidneys in ammo. It's great.
What's that? You need more ammo? Not a problem.
What's that? You need another dead Terminator? Not a problem. I mean, seriously, this guy's a fucking tack driver with a machine gun. This is Look at that. Not a single bit of spread. Barely any climb. There's a reason why I called it a tack driver.
This man has got to be the goddamn infiltrator.
He is plenty suspicious, I gotta agree. But, well, we'll see. I sincerely believe that this guy, being so painfully generic, is not actually the Infiltrator.
That's just what they want you to think.
Yes, but you see, infiltrators have personality.
Okay.
You see? Point to me.
Yeah, I gotta concede there. Another piece of evidence, how quickly he is to pick up a Terminator weapon and just be able to use it super well.
And the fact that I'm lock-picking any type of lock in the game with a bent bobby pin. And a cheap-ass tensioner, but we don't talk about that.
True. Although, I guess this is cover, so he doesn't reveal that he is the infiltrator by just punching through the door.
Yeah. Well, lady in the bathtub. That's a Fallout ref. Probably.
Aha.
Look at all this shit I have in my inventory. I just have way too much shit. But yeah, let's compare. My old plasma rifle, the R95, does a base of 75 damage, rate of fire decent, 15 shots to overheat. 120 damage, slower rate of fire, same shots to overheat. I am enjoying this plasma minigun, though, for all the stupidest reasons. So I am going to remove the chips from my plasma R95 because I am going to be scrapping it in short order.
Dane says, I swear you can find a body in the refrigerator in this game.
I would not be surprised, so let's keep on poking around and probably see one.
Good old Indiana Jones.
Well, I mean, it's in Fallout New Vegas, if you have Wild Wasteland on, you can actually find a skeleton in a refrigerator near Good Springs at the start of the game.
Yep. And I mean, why wouldn't you have that perk? It's the best perk.
It is a very good perk, yes, but if you have it on, you miss out on getting the best Gauss rifle.
This is true.
So I guess damned if you do, damned if you don't. Because on the one hand, Gauss rifle. On the other hand, absolute fucking hilarity. Sorry about that, I accidentally slipped, my finger slipped. But as I was saying, on the one hand, Gauss rifle, on the other hand, absolute hilarity.
But also, if you're playing the game right, you don't need a Gauss rifle. You got your 6-shooter, and you got your pump... Not pump action, lever action.
You got your big iron on your hip.
The big iron on my hip.
If I ever say that seriously, feel free to sneak into Canada and smack me upside the back of the head. Okay, it looks like we've got 2 dipshits left. Let's go see about ganking them.
If Guts from Berserk carried around his sword on his hip, would that be the big iron on his hip?
I'm gonna end you.
Ingest first aid.
That's one more point for wanting to punch Mac in the head.
Oh, what now?
Oh, Mac's just saying that if there was water in the pool, it could just test if I float. Oh wait, that's a different test, witchcraft. So, Turns out
the
that...
other thing that makes me think Rivers is a machine, those damn targeting icons when he looks at the interactable NPCs and findable loot.
Well, that's fair. Okay, so this is actually a hard lock for first time in a while.
God, that would be the ultimate burn. You walk up to somebody, you scan them, you go, "You are not an interactable NPC."
Dude, I used to work retail. Imagine how that goes. So, the skill book. Skill books are rare, but very important because it's a free level up, essentially, only without the experience increase required to get your next level.
Free levels.
So, as an example, I'm currently at level 22. What I just got with that skill book is the equivalent of going up to level 23 without the commensurate increased requirement on the actual skill experience ceiling needed to get to level 23.
Nice.
Ah, laser tripwire. Oh well. I just used that item because of the fact that I could. There's absolutely no reason otherwise. So much junk and crap and stuff to explore in this one fucking building. This is honestly really nice about this game because the developers did not need to make these buildings unique or explorable to the extent that they have. But at the same time, because they did, you're going to be spending a lot of time just poking around and peeking around,
Right.
I believe Cool Guy mentioned that he spent about 25 hours in this game, and it's nominally an 8 to 12 hour game. So, I mean, I'm pushing towards 12 hours now, and we're probably getting close to the end game. So, my next stream will probably involve the actual end game, and probably Infiltrator mode, because, well, why not, right?
We're in the end game now.
I don't even know if we're actually in the end game, but we're level 22 out of, level 24, 20, 30 thereabouts. So we're getting close.
I gotta come up with at least one good matchup before I have to go. Alright, Colt Mechanicus versus Skynet.
Skynet.
Reason, go.
It can learn.
Shit, you're right. It's already beaten the Colt Mechanicus.
Why do you think Skynet does things like, advancements via temporal technology? Not only can Skynet learn, but
it's not a giant roller freak.
Well, not only does Skynet learn, but it also has a self-preservation instinct.
You're right.
Oh, got some outposts to wreck too. We'll do that after we hit the next plot point, which is just behind me actually, so let's just noodle on back inside and do that, because of course.
Well, I was just about to go to do DM stuff, but my group canceled. Yay!
Well, you get to enjoy it.
Hey.
Yep, I'm definitely saying this.
Isn't this just the Blade Runner test?
Yep.
So you know I'm not a Terminator.
Asshole.
Why are you making me do all this?
So I'm actually going to take advantage of my stockpile of skill points sitting around doing nothing, and feed a few points into crafting. So crafting 1 through 4 allows you to craft higher level items. Crafting 5 consumes 50% less resources. That is an amazing thing to get.
Yeah, holy shit.
By the way, with all of the various bits and bobs and crap and all here, you only need to hit level 31 to actually have every last skill. You'll never actually have that.
Is there a new game plus?
I have no idea. But hey, I can build violet plasma cells. Let's do that. This will be useful in short order.
Oh, Violet. I heard violent.
Well, they're that too. But yep, got a bunch of purple plasma cells and some more medkits. Because hey, who doesn't like medkits?
Stick me with some drugs.
Drugs. Surprise! Armored spiders are great chumps, not only because of the fact that they are complete chumps, but because of the fact that you can actually kill them with just about any weapon in the game.
Get fucked.
And I'm just going to go sprinting this way, away from the 2 turrets that spotted me. So there is one disadvantage to this gun. I'll let you guess what it is.
Murder? What?
There's one disadvantage to this gun. Would you like to know what it is?
It has a wind-up.
Nope. It has something even worse.
Through ammo.
Nope, worse than that.
Slows down your movement speed.
Nope.
Well, shit.
It doesn't have sights.
Oh, yeah.
It's just a minor pet peeve instead of something actually crippling, but it's still just mutter mutter mutter.
According to Kane, it is 100% possible to hit all skills by the end of the game if you get every skill book.
I would not be surprised at that. However, because I am playing this blind, despite my very completionist tendencies and attitudes towards most games, I have little doubt that I am unlikely to actually get a perfect run in any way, shape, or form, no matter how much I want to.
Yeah, I figure you've already missed quite a few.
No, I probably have. Come on, mooks. Where's my targets?
Quickly, send out the children infiltrators.
So the reason why I'm monkeying about like this is for a simple reason. Because if I can sneak up and subvert the systems, it means all of the turrets in this area become mine, and they'll shoot everything for me. Because that's funny.
3 XP farm.
That was stupid of me, but funny at the same time. Oh, for the love of crap. feels good watching things go boom.
Destroy it all. Burn it all to the ground.
Well, I mean, let's put it this way. Clanks going pop is always funny.
True.
And as you can hear, there are some Clanks upstairs that are getting the shit pushed in.
Oh god, so many last month bought up 4,500 rounds of blanks, thinking they were actual ammo.
To be fair, I would laugh my ass off too. So, one nice thing about this game that you have probably noticed by now is that whenever an enemy dies and you haven't looted its body, the game will actually keep track of that by having the body essentially, well, for lack of a better term, spark. For example, this plasma turret, as you can see, has big honking sparks flapping around it because I haven't looted it yet. But now that I have looted it, it will no longer spark. It will also stop showing up on the mini-map as a little gray dot. So, hey, double bonus, right?
Further proof that Rivers is actually the Infiltrator. He absorbs their electrical power to keep himself powered.
Shh. You don't want to annoy the Infiltrator.
I'm on to you, Rivers.
Everyone is. It's Rivers. The only thing that has less personality than him is binary code.
I mean, hey, if this is Rivers, I'd really hate to meet Private Creek.
Hacking, being Frogger, is honestly more tedious than anything.
Still better than the Fallout one.
To a point. I mean, every once in a while you get a giggle with the Fallout one. It's just... The problem with the Fallout version of hacking is that it's too simple.
Sure. Yeah, that's the issue.
Well, it's also poorly coded, poorly thought out, poorly designed, and otherwise very much 100% Bethesda design, which means that for some reason, someone will say it just works, when in actuality, it doesn't work at all. But that's to be expected.
Buy another copy of Skyrim.
Yeah, fuck that. You know, I have never bought a copy of Skyrim. That throws people for a loop.
Silverfish, annoying in every game they appear in.
Well, the fun thing about the Silverfish is that they've only appeared in 2 parts of the Terminator franchise in total.
I was making a Minecraft joke.
Again, a game I've never played, and have no real intention of playing. Well, that guy at least fought hard. He looks plot relevant. I'll have to come back here. There's a reason why I'm taking my time with these maps, of course, and it's not just because of the fact that sitting on a zillion resources is never not funny. The long and short of it is that by doing the side quests and such, I can actually get a good ending for various characters by helping them, because I'm a nice guy like that.
A better man than me.
Well, that depends. When's the last time you laughed maniacally as you lit some asshole up with a flamethrower?
Now we have to be clear, it was in a video game, therefore I am not bound by any laws of PC nature. And it would be in Rising Storm 2 Vietnam. I had a lot of fun watching them burn.
You know what? The last time I toyed with a flamethrower in a video game was in Wolfenstein, actually.
Nice.
The Diesel Kraftwerk. Which, for those unfamiliar with the game, is essentially a napalm launcher. Which you can then use to fry Nazis. And nothing of value is lost. Lots of value is gained by frying Nazis.
A nice warming aroma of... I don't know, apparently sometimes humans smell like bacon.
There's a reason why it's called long pork.
Hell yeah. The forbidden meat.
The forbidden meat is still baby back ribs.
That or uncooked chicken.
The other white meat. There is a reason why Fat Bastard lives up to his name. You know, I never really liked watching the Austin Powers movies. In retrospect, they were extremely stupid.
I mean, fair.
But that is, of course, in retrospect. What happened then and what happened now, well, c'est la vie, right?
Yeah.
What was acceptable then?
I mean, I think it was Steve Carell recently mentioned that The Office would not have flown today.
I never watched The Office either. It's just one of those things that happened to show up at a time when I was either constantly at work or just constantly doing things, and I didn't have the time, patience, or wherewithal to actually feel arsed about watching TV.
I mean, fair enough. You had a life.
I mean, let's be honest, calling it a life is a bit of a misnomer because it wasn't really that much of a life, but it was definitely more along the lines of I'm going to work or I'm going to sleep, pick one.
The good days.
Well, that depends. You ended up being stuck as a dishwasher at some sort of black company, didn't you?
The Tap House. A local one. What is sleep?
Yep. And I use the term black company not lightly, because it's actually something that started up in... a term that started up in Japanese workplaces to describe companies that would essentially do everything they legally could to screw you out of basic human rights.
Hooray!
Also known as retail. You know what was really fun? Having people assume I was a telepath because of the fact that I was standing behind the counter.
What do you mean you're not Professor X?
If I was Professor X, I'd be able to use the powers of my mind to make people's heads explode. That is why you shouldn't screw with retail workers, especially if you assume they're telepaths.
What did I come in on?
I could never
Hey, is that you, Circle?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
Well, I'm doing alright, still streaming, and I guess this is the first time you've actually been able to watch a stream, and who knows how long. So that's a good start. Anyway,
and all I'm seeing you do is pick stuff up.
Yep, that's because I recently got into a firefight and I'm still looting the fuck out of the place, so there's stuff in here and I have to try and find it for plot-related reasons and all that sort of stuff, but, oh, here we are, a notebook. Okay, yada yada yada, unable to find you, leaving this letter here, return home, find it, I do not want to leave any details, they may be looking for us, left instructions for you in my old locker, I hid it where I used to work before the war, your husband Peter. So, of course, the game tells me immediately he used to work at the tennis club. Which is...
Well, how can they put a waypoint on if they don't tell you where the waypoint is?
Yeah, I know. You'd think the game would allow deductive reasoning, but, well... I mean, let's be honest. There's a whole lot of people with a whole lot more cognitive impairment called being a gamer than people with actual cognitive impairments.
Well,
also, I'm pretty sure this is a Terminator game.
It is. This is Terminator Resistance. So, at the moment, most of my gallivanting about is scavenging for loot and shit, because I will use that loot and shit to make sure that I do not get my ass murdered. I wholly expect that I'll somehow get my ass murdered anyway, either through complacence, ego, or just overconfidence. And just snarf down that medkit like it's fucking candy. And that's one less Terminators to worry about. The main reason...
The minigun doesn't seem to be doing as much, I think.
It actually does a lot more. The main advantage is that because it doesn't overheat, I don't have to worry about husbanding my shots, so I can just spray and pray. And so because of that, and because of the fact that I don't have to worry about overheating, and I have the better part of 120 shots in this thing at any one time, I can basically take advantage of that and just absolutely spray down T-800s and such with as much ammo as I damn well please, without worrying about having to duck and dive and all that sort of shit.
I think I forgot to ask this earlier, but can you mod your guns in this game?
Kind of. You can collect Skynet chips, which will allow weapon modifications by increasing parameters with the energy weapons. So you don't get any visual modifications, which is kind of sad, because visual modifications on guns is always nice. But at the end of the day, you still get some pretty interesting mods overall. For example, at this thing, well, the gun that I'm currently using, I have 2 damage increase mods and an ammo increase mod in it.
So apparently in the Italian translation of Demon's Souls Remake, Restored says anime recuperate.
Ha. I'm assuming that means anima, not anime.
It's spelled anime.
Someone fucked up.
I like it.
Yes, but you like many things.
I'll mod it into the English version.
Well, I don't know. Maybe tomorrow I'll try streaming it.
Yeah, as if fucking Sony's gonna let you do that.
You never know. But they might just... Remember, Demon Souls is not a young game anymore, and the remaster is very much a visual overhaul. It is not a mechanical overhaul or plot overhaul.
Good.
Is this a AAA game?
No, this is a single A game. The previous game that this company made was the widely panned Rambo rail shooter. And the fact that this game is anywhere as good as it honestly shocked a lot of people because nobody expected it to be even passable. But the developers really went above and beyond in trying to make this game actually feel like classic Terminator. And as a result, I'm willing to give them a pass on the various janky bits, the various failings and all that, because of the fact that the developers were willing to at least try and make the game as close to the feeling of the Terminator series that they started watching when they were kids, you know?
It's a better Terminator than most of the movies.
Well, that was stupid of me. So, lessons learned. Laser trip mines have a bigger explosive radius than you might expect.
Laser Claymore.
Fuck me leftwise. I'm back here. This game's checkpointing system is... I can't really call it antagonistic, because it exists as for checkpointing and all, but it's unforgiving. That's the best way I can describe it. It is very much...
I mean, it looks like it checkpointed you to your last completed objective.
Yep. Which is a bit out of the way, considering I just almost finished exploring this building over here. And now I have to go back in.
Well, maybe you'll drop a quick save next time you decide to shoot an explosive device.
This game does not have quick saves.
Oh, then never mind. That's incredibly frustrating.
Yeah, it's not anger-inducing because I came into this game expecting shit like that, but it's still one of those things that would make most people just go, ah!
I come from a console background. I am well used to not having quick save.
That's okay. You're also used to not having good aim.
How dare you?
I dare because it's true.
I'll have you know I graduated top of my class with full marks from the Arma boot camp.
You mean from the Imperial Stormtrooper Marksmanship Academy?
Ow.
Yeah, I know. I'm a salty old man.
I'm at least a better shot than most Arma players. I actually understand ballistics.
You also understand the concept of sights.
That too. And ranging. It's amazing how many people don't understand ranging.
Well, to be fair, it's however many understand the concept versus however many understand the concept of being shot in the head.
Yeah, those are the guys you put at the front of the stack up.
Well, you know what the proper way to deal with a stack up in Arma is, right?
You just gotta wait.
No. It's quite simple. I gotta teach them about spacing. Grenade.
Oh, God. Yeah, I guess I can do that.
Problem solved.
The evil has been sent. Oh. The stream just cut off.
It's cheap pipe bombs. I have so many of these, I'm not worried about wasting them.
And you nearly took yourself out.
But again, I also have a zillion of these, so it again does not matter.
Have you got a zillion medkits?
Damn near.
Well, it has been fun, but I am going to hop off and probably go and watch some anime.
Try to watch something that's decent,
Well,
Which one are you gonna watch?
Currently, I need to finish Upate, or Upate, however you pronounce it. Although, depending on how that gets in the next couple episodes, I might just immediately click over to Fire Force. The land of
Well,
Japan.
god damn it, game.
Yeah.
Okay, so, that was annoying. Let's try that once more. Also, I found Edwin Mac's hidey hole, so that's why it was so heavily mined. God damn it, game. Shenanigans. I'm not even mad. That was probably the silliest way I could die in this game ever. Oh look, I'm aiming at it. Oh look, because I'm aiming at it, the game thinks I'm right next to it. Pfft. I can't even be mad
given the
about that.
explosive radiuses of the previous ones, it might just have been you were too close to it.
Well, yeah, but I'm just blaming myself anyway, so it's worth a good hearty chuckle when push comes to shove. Again, it's very much a case of I'm not mad about the jank because the game actively tries its best to be as endearing as possible in regards to its setting. As much as Terminator is dark and depressing and grim and all that sort of stuff, the simple fact is that this game is, while it's mechanically not the best, it has animation issues, it has the occasional kludge, all that sort of stuff. When push comes to shove, it's still trying, and I can appreciate that for being what it is, you know?
Yeah.
It's not you,
Oh no, we found her husband. He is dead.
Now we get to decide whether or not to tell her that he's dead, or tell her that he decided to head to Mexico. What do you think?
He went to Mexico and then died.
Well, he was trying to go to Mexico, then he got killed. So, the intent is there.
Montezuma's revenge got him. I guess basically what I'm saying is be honest about the fact that he's dead, but say it in a funny way.
Like what, he crapped on the plasma mine? So what's the scaling in this game like?
There is no scaling.
I mean, for the enemies things, like, what's the first Terminator unit that they send it to?
Spider Scout, actually, and within a couple of missions, you're facing T-800s. The issue, of course, being that at that point you do not have access to plasma weapons, and T-800s are invincible unless you have a plasma weapon, or explosives.
I have to wonder, did they get the plasma weapons from the T-800s, or did they make plasma weapons in the first place?
The human resistance made plasma weapons reverse engineered from captured Terminator weapons.
Okay, it's kind of weird that they get plasma weapons, but...
Well, the entire point of the plasma weapons is that it's something that only Skynet can feasibly supply. So Skynet just uses plasma for pretty much all of its heavy weaponry for commonality of ammunition, because it's easier just to make something that's plasma based and just upscale it or side scale it or whatever as the case may be, compared to, say, care and feeding of 3 different flavors of machine gun, 5 different flavors of assault rifle, and 4 different flavors of shotgun, all that take different ammo types. I kind of
get it. It also saves the time of manufacturing the ammunition because of the energy cells or whatnot, right?
Yeah, energy cells are easy to manufacture. It's at least comparatively so, compared to different ammunition standards and all that sort of stuff. It's all just a matter of, well, to use the perspective of Skynet, it's very much a matter of what's most efficient. And in Skynet's case, what's most efficient is just, well, you know, plasma.
You'd think it would be most efficient would be like a bioweapon, something that specifically kills humans and nothing else.
Or, not equipping...
that's hard.
The Terminators with weapons that can be used to destroy other Terminators, but...
Well, that's just it. It doesn't actually require plasma weapons to destroy Terminators. You can destroy them with any sufficiently large explosion, crush damage, so on and so forth. It's just that your typical bullet, your typical rifle bullet, whatever, is ineffective because of the fact that it is just that stupidly tough.
Yeah.
Oh look, we found a plane. Or at least what's left of it.
I've got it.
Good job. I'm in my vault in one of the buildings up the street. Meet me there.
Yeah, I forgot to mention, I have a flashlight.
Okay.
It's completely useless, so I don't really use it all that often. By the way, I do have a missile launcher.
Cecil Chains said Skynet tried nukes. That didn't work. They tried robots. That's only somewhat working. Skynet is experimenting with chemical and biological weapons, but by that time travel comes into play.
Yeah, basically, Skynet's tried everything to get rid of the human infestation, and it's failed every time.
Skynet doesn't seem to be that great of an AI.
Yeah, Skynet's not exactly great at the whole exterminate the human race thing. I mean, how much effort would it take to retrofit some of those hunter-seeker flying drone things to spread sulfur clouds into the atmosphere, block out the sun, and wait for the humans to freeze to death?
Or not have a plasma weapon not fall into their hands.
This was something that was discussed with Cool Guy in the first stream, actually. And we posit that because Skynet is a centrally distributed AI and not a dispersed AI, all of its units, like the T-800s and such, or that missile turret in the background there that's just sitting there looming over things, is not
I think
actually...
we talked about this earlier in the stream too.
In this
how
stream
we
before
compared
Circle.
it to Stadia.
Yeah, the short version is that basically because Skynet only wants to destroy humanity and not humanity, it has to essentially apply limited warfare. While it could use, say, a virus that only attacks the human genome, or a variety of any other sort of horrible infective things that could be used, a big part of it is that due to its opening strike of basically hijacking every nuclear weapon in the world and firing all of them at once, that's about somewhere in the ballpark of obscene numbers. The end result is that at the end of the day, there's not enough humans left for Skynet to feasibly and reasonably create weapons of biological destruction, because it just doesn't have enough biodiversity available for it to test on.
If only they had a time machine, they can go back and start with the bioweapons instead of the nukes. Oh, wait.
Well, yes, but Skynet is still an AI, and its entire mentality towards that is still limited through what it can do instead of predictive actions like that.
You're right, or they are
it tries nukes, and the nukes fail. It invents time travel, and it doesn't just, okay, nukes didn't work, let's try something else back in time before I fired off nukes.
Well, that's because time travel is very much the very last thing it developed. It was, in this case, what we are doing right now is technically the lead up to, I think, Terminator 2, actually, considering the fact that we just got infiltrators and all that sort of stuff to deal with. And at the end of the day, the threat of infiltrators is still new. Sorry about that. I'm stumbling over my words at the moment, as you can probably tell. But because the threat of infiltrators is still new, and it's very much a case of John Connor is just ramping up to the final push against Skynet at this point in time, Skynet isn't feeling desperate enough to use an untested technology, time travel, against humanity.
Has Skynet sent back infiltrators back in time just to get them into key positions in the resistance movement? Yeah.
Yep. It actually has done that in the official expanded universe, the comics and such. It's one of the many reasons why Skynet is so very efficient at destroying humanity's resistance, because, well, obviously, with resistance being infiltrated, it's very hard to actually get anything done without getting ganked.
And sending them back in time before the resistance develops tests for the infiltrators is a pretty good way of getting it underneath the radar.
Well, the kicker is that a test for an infiltrator is a stupidly simple test in its own right.
Shoot them or cut them, I think.
No. Put a dog near them. How does the dog react? If the dog goes absolutely ballistic and angry, then it's an infiltrator. That's literally the infiltrator test.
Yeah, that's from Terminator 1.
That sounds very stupid.
why you think that would be stupid. Dogs have evolved alongside humans for tens of thousands of years.
Somewhere in the ballpark of 30 to 50,000, if I recall correctly. Circle?
I think I remember reading once, like, the earliest evidence of a human and dog companion were footprints that were found about 90,000 years old.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive in its own right. The simple fact is that humanity may have domesticated dogs, but the reason why is not just companionship, but because dogs are the only animals that have ever been able to, for lack of a better term, essentially stick with humanity when hunting, and when we were using persistence hunting more often than not.
How many dogs are left in the future now?
A fair amount, actually, because Skynet doesn't really care about dogs. It doesn't want to kill them, but it will kill them if it has to. It's just very much a matter of not a priority. Its priority is dealing with humanity. And as a result of that, non-humans, such as dogs, are basically considered a non-factor.
So essentially they have a renewable infiltrator detector.
Sorry for making you run around like that.
And this is Dr. Mac.
Return of.
Boy, if you could quick save, I would say blow up the generator and see what happens.
Thank you.
Since he specifically said not to.
As a token of my appreciation. While you're out looking for my spider scout, I used some leftover parts to make a new radio for you. I've been picking up your signal for a while now, and I imagine that Skynet has as well. So, I've made it harder to decipher. You won't have to worry about them eavesdropping.
You've been listening, so you know why I'm here.
Yes. Now, let me see that gun. What a beauty. I've got to tell you, if Skynet wasn't so gung-ho about killing everything, what's interesting about it is that the matter inside is far more condensed. That way, it releases more energy on discharge, dealing much more damage. And also, its plasma blast is violent, so that's different.
Can you bypass the encryption lockout so we can use it? Alvin couldn't.
Alvin couldn't bypass an egg timer if his life depended on it. I'll do it, but it's not that simple. First, you'll have to bring me Skynet's latest security codes.
Security codes?
They will allow us to access Skynet's mainframe, but they change them regularly, so I need you to connect to any HK unit and download the newest security codes. To do that, you'll need my code reader. When I was excused from the shelter, they made me leave all my equipment behind. Alvin should have my code reader.
Okay, is that everything?
As far as the security codes go, yes.
Then I'm moving out.
Actually, I've got a question about that infiltrator that you have there. Is it intact? Or more specifically, its neural net CPU? I've been hacking Skynet's units and I'm noticing similarities in their patterns. I think I'm ready to reprogram the CPU from that infiltrator. It's more powerful than any other.
Should I ask Baron about that too?
No, she can't know about it. She would not approve. I know how this sounds, but you need to steal it for me.
What?
I'm the only one that can reprogram that chip. For some reason, Skynet has started to learn at a geometric rate. We need to prepare ourselves for whatever's coming. And I believe that having an infiltrator on our side will give us the advantage. Just think about it.
Commander.
Rivers, what's the status?
Mac's alive. He will help us, but he needs a device he left at the shelter.
All right, we can do that. Report to me when you get back.
Over and out.
Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything in here for me to mug, but now that I'm level 25, I can get that skill that I wanted.
Oh my goodness, this has levels?
Yep.
Yeah, I compared it to Fallout 4 earlier.
It's nowhere near as bad as Fallout 4, as you can tell by the fact that I just picked up 2 really good skills in no time at all.
Okay, but can I build the Dan and Grace Memorial Fight Club in this game?
The what?
You level up pretty late in Fallout 4. Well, you have a lot of chips.
Yep, and all the good ones are the ones with the gold bar on the corner. I want to hang on to that one for a second. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? God damn it, me. This is what I got by being old, you know?
What are you looking for?
I was trying to see if I could find a triple bar additional damage.
I have one.
Yep, there we are, 13%, and then just drop in... God damn it. Okay, hang on. Drop that in. Wish I could drop that in, but no, I need a block and triple bar now. There we are, 12%, that's okay. So plus 42 damage and plus 9 shots to overheat. And now I have a purple gun.
A what?
A purple plasma slinger.
Oh yeah, plasma comes in tiers, so...
Yep, there's only 2 tiers of plasma, so good times.
I have to say, you're doing quite well without my help. What are you doing? You have to get the ones you care about to leave the shelter. They'll be in great danger if you don't do what I say. But remember, Jacob, that has to stay between us. Why? Because things need to play out the way they're supposed to, that's why. I have been here from the beginning. Each of your friends already knows the reason they need to leave. You just have to remind them. Do you know anything about a CPU that Mac wants me to steal? I do. If hacked, we could take over an infiltrator. Dr. Mac is capable of doing that. I'm not so sure if Alvin can. I think you should steal it. Can I tell Commander Baron? No, she won't allow it. Then she will start to question you and keep you away from your missions. That cannot happen. Who the hell are you? That, I can't tell you. It could change the choices that you make in the future, and we can't have that. So whatever happens, you can't know my identity. Not yet, at least. I think I'm more confused than I was before. Just stay focused. We'll see each other soon.
I've commented about the stranger before. He first showed up at the very start of the game, saving your ass from a T-800. The long and short of it is that, well, because of the fact that there's questions, considering the fact that his voice sounds so very familiar to Rivers, very similar actually, there's the possibility that, well, there's been jokes between us that he and Rivers are actually infiltrators.
Oh, you don't think the stranger is Rivers from the future?
He might be.
Saving his past self?
He might be. I wouldn't put it past this game, considering the fact that it's essentially a love letter to the Terminator franchise, and that was the thing. I mean, after all, just look at Kyle Reese from Terminator 1. He goes into the past and turns out to be Connor's dad, even though he was born after Connor was.
Yeah, that was a kind of weird thing.
It's called the stable temporal loop.
Welcome back, Sergeant.
Dog. Other dog.
At least their detection systems are up and running.
Can you pet the dogs?
I wish. I carried a dog for a while as part of a mission.
If I can't pet the dogs, I'm refunding the game.
Sadly. It's frustrating, but this game is... Again, it's limited. It's not a bad game by any stretch of the imagination. It's not a great game or an amazing game or whatever you want to list it as. But there's a whole lot of really tiny things that are missing from it. So you miss out on things like, say, petting dogs, or generally just being able to do stuff that you would expect a person to do, instead of an automaton with a gun sticking out of its camera. This is the quartermaster. The quartermaster is a knob.
I have to wonder if there's a dog version of a Terminator.
If there is, I don't want to meet it.
Just slip one in as one of the detection systems for your infiltrators.
That would be fucking horrifying, and you know it.
Oh yeah, I know it. That's why I'm suggesting it.
Oh look, now they're offering plasma miniguns for sale. Mine is the same, only better.
Are there purple versions of those?
There are, yes, but not yet, because we still haven't decrypted the important thing. I kind of want these Skynet chips here. Damage plus 30%, fire rate plus 25%, magazine plus 50%. That's pretty good. I'll probably mug them later.
Why do you have to buy things? This is the human resistance.
Hey.
You're all supposed to be working together.
Did you see Jennifer on your way here? Isn't she here? She hasn't come back yet, but I'm sure.
Are purples the highest tier of chips?
Yep.
How did it go?
I've been to Hollywood Hills. Found your old house.
Did you?
Okay, so, I kind of like Erin. She's a curmudgeonly old medic, and she's saved the lives of a bunch of survivors that I basically temporarily shacked up with. And despite the fact that she's curmudgeonly, yeah, I'm going to take the advice of the stranger and persuade her to leave.
Your husband left for Mexico.
What are you talking about?
I found this letter in your house. It's from Peter. It says that he's heading there to look for you.
He couldn't find me when I was right under his nose. How's he gonna find me in Mexico? What a sweet fool.
You should go look for him.
You're right. I have to find him before he hurts himself. Baron's not gonna like that, but she never scared me. Thank you for finding him for me, Jacob.
Oh, this area is open. This is new. Let's go poodling around down here. Because we can.
What was I supposed to bring? You know what? You're lucky. No one will ever mistake you for a machine. What do you mean?
Okay, request form, yada yada yada. Pattern, rose, color, no. Position on body, chest. Constant requester, blank. So apparently, Commander Baron gets tattoos. And requests tattoos. So just popping into the mini-map for a moment, as you can see, there's still a decent chunk of stuff for me to poke around at. So let's just actually zip back over here and pop into here. because I have not actually looked into this vent. There's usually some loot in here. Because, after all, vents are the perfect hidey holes for stupid shit, right? And a pair of termination knives. Termination knives are a great gimmick, but they're absolutely shit-all useless otherwise. See, the problem with them is very simple. A termination knife is ostensibly a one-hit kill against any Terminator, which is great. It looks great to me. But
Well, here goes nothing.
But
yeah, sorry about that,
It's a
NPC
knife.
talk. The problem with the termination knife is that while it will one-hit kill a T-800 or variant, the problem is that it will only one-hit kill a T-800 if A, you manage to sneak up behind it, and it always walks faster than you can crouch walk, and they can hear you, which is bad enough. But secondary to that, if it's even slightly alert, you cannot just jab it and go. You have to wait until it's no longer alerted before you can stab it and one-hit kill.
So it's a stealth weapon for a game that's not built for stealth.
Kind of. The game does have decent stealth mechanics, it's just that the enemies, even in normal difficulty, which is what I'm playing on, are incredibly alert and very asshole-ish. So it's usually easier just to go guns blazing, mano a mano, all that sort of stuff, like what I've been doing. Partly because of the fact that it's easier, and partly simply because of the fact that, well, it's less of a pain in the ass in the long run.
I have to wonder, does it work by throwing them at it, or does it have to be in a specific place?
You actually have to sneak up and stab them in the back of the neck.
So, can you sell them?
Yep, I can sell them. I can also craft some if I want to. In fact, one of the things in order to gain a decent pile of dosh early in the game is to craft your own cheap-ass ammo and take advantage of the fact that you can use you can sell the ammunition that you don't need for more than it costs to make it.
Can you even buy the supplies to make it?
Yeah, for ammunition all you really need is scrap metal and some chemicals.
Hey, Alvin, could you keep it down?
Hmm.
Highly sensitive instruments here. I don't want to recalibrate them every time you say, hey. Anyways, I'm busy. Come back later.
So I need to steal this CPU here. How do you think I should do that?
Knock him out?
Well, I mean, there's a guy standing right behind me, so... Remember how I annoyed him with the radio?
The radio trick?
Bye, Elvin.
Does he actually notice that it's gone?
Probably, but I don't care at this point. Okay, so, yeah, Baron. Base commander, generally bitchy, you know, good times. Let's see what she has to say.
Huh, you're back. How was Hollywood Hills?
Where did they even get the ink to make her tattoos?
And what about Mac? How's he?
Fuck if I know.
Compliant?
Fine, but we need Skynet security codes if we want him to reprogram that plasma rifle.
Fair enough. Talk to Alvin about
I mean, someone has to be a pretty good artist to do those.
Okay. Talk to Alvin about those security codes and then come back to my quarters. I'll tell them to let you in. And one more thing, talk to Ryan. That buggy's been sitting there broken for too long. See if something's going on. I've got a suspicion that he's hiding something from me.
Shenaniganery. So, let's go talk to Ryan. Ryan is the guy that initially got us out of Pasadena during the heavy-duty Terminator advance at the start of the game. And we kind of owe him one for saving our ass in that regard. But, well, he's not going to like what we have to do to him to save his life.
Hey, Jacob, what's happening?
Baron wanted me to ask about that buggy. Is there a problem?
Yeah, she's been nagging me to fix the electronics in this piece of shit for a while now. You think you can help me with it?
Why are you asking me? You're the mechanic.
Listen, I'm good with tools. You give me a car with a gasoline engine, I'll make it run. But this electronic shit, I don't know anything about that. You know, most of my life, I live without electricity.
Why not tell her?
She won't let me cherry pick my own responsibilities, you know that. She'll throw me right out of here if she finds out. That's why I need your help. Quartermaster will give you all the parts, tell you what to do. Just think about it.
So, this kind of sucks, because as much as I like him, I'm kind of betraying his trust here.
I'm here to pick up parts for that buggy.
But Baron's throwing out a perfectly good mechanic.
Well, Baron's not exactly, she's penny wise, pound foolish.
No, he's been lying so that Baron would let me stay.
She knew something was up all along. I'm going to report it, you know?
I know.
What the fuck, Rivers? What you think would happen, huh? Baron's kicking me out. That what you wanted? I'm a dead man.
So, have you got some kind of side objective to get everybody out of the shelter?
Just the ones that you want to be get out.
Yeah, there's a reason why I'm choosing to trust the stranger, and it's not just because of the fact that one of my associates, who I yelled at vigorously, kind of spoiled me on the why.
Did I do that?
No,
I
you
don't think so.
didn't.
Actually jealous of Mac.
Was it a cool guy?
No, it wasn't. It was not one of the guys in the typical Discord that I hang out in.
I would be just as successful as him. He told me that I'll need some sort of a device to download Skynet security codes from NHK. Do you have it? Yes, about that. Do you remember that day in downtown? I do. It was very traumatic. And because of that, I may have forgotten
Fuck you, Alvin.
some things, including that device and the quantum battery, which
Fuck you harder.
be able to use it without it. So I guess I'm off downtown. Yes, you do that.
I guess you're kind of happy he's staying behind, huh?
Well, I mean, I don't much care about Alvin, but good God, the man is utterly incompetent. As an example, he was told by a soldier claiming boss's orders to reset the entire security system to only fire non-lethal ammunition. Stop and think about that. What would non-lethal ammunition do to a T-800? Fuck all! He didn't use his brain and say, hey, why?
Is that soldier an infiltrator?
It was, yes.
Commander.
Welcome to the luxury part of the shelter.
Did he actually reset it?
He did.
Oh my god. How do they even have stores of non-lethal ammunition?
I have no idea.
You would literally have to manufacture said ammunition in the first place.
I'm just going to very quietly assume that the intent, at least in theory, was to have the identification system see, oh, it's a human, that's an infrared signature of a human, and only shoot it with taser bullets instead of real bullets.
Wouldn't taser bullets work better on the Terminators?
Not enough power.
Us, this war will end soon. You proved that you'll do whatever it takes, no matter the cost. And so will I. Don't think your efforts go unnoticed. You know,
You would think they would try to upgrade their taser bullets voltage.
I mean, there's only so much battery you can put in a thing that's the size of a bullet.
Fair enough.
scars underneath these tattoos. I'll never forget. On the good days, they don't hurt. And I feel like this world is worth fighting for. On the bad days, they make me want to quit. Give up and run like everyone else. But we're so close. Skynet's almost finished. So you can understand I can't run. I need your help, Jacob. I need you to get rid of Mac. He's unpredictable. He sabotaged our mission and killed our men before. I cannot let him happen again. I need you to kill him as soon as he reprograms that rifle. You look shocked. But I think I can find a way to persuade you. If you're into it, that is.
You know what this is, right, guys?
The obligatory sex scene?
Yep.
Who's gonna do the bow chicka wow wow thing?
You are, because you just voluntold yourself.
I can't sing with my head the way it is.
Then
Which
don't.
is the stupidest thing ever, but for some reason, that just sets my head off. I don't know why.
Well, someone's gonna owe me for this.
I'll
Is
buy
Baron
it.
offering? Or is the guy offering? We can't even tell.
She's talking about her ass.
I want to see some fully dressed dry humping like Retribution Road to Hell.
Please, that was in 2013.
So?
They actually modeled her removing her clothes and still kept it off his camera. Okay, the dead eyes thing is fucking scary. Damn it, game. Nope. This is how you kill boners. They will die and they will shrivel and never come back.
What kind of a person would have a boner at this point to lose?
Some fucking nerd. Not me. I have standards.
Like, even dead, like, SFM porn exists. You can just go look at that.
I forget. Isn't John associated with someone?
Not yet. Well, that was, yeah. You know, it reminds me of the joke about, what is a blonde's favorite nursery rhyme? Hump me, dump me.
You know, one of these days you're going to tell a joke and it's not going to be a terrible bad joke.
They're all terrible bad jokes.
Now, one of these days, you will accidentally, despite yourself, tell a funny joke.
Oh, please. They're all funny. I laugh.
No.
I use push to talk. You can't hear me laugh.
I don't think you're laughing at the joke. I think you're laughing at the misery you inflict upon people by telling them.
Yes.
Highly sensitive instruments here. I don't want to recalibrate.
Yeah, fuck off, Alvin. And his research log. Yada yada yada. So, this is my new plasma rifle. I'm actually just taking a moment to check the time. It is 11:30, so I'm half an hour overdue, really. Nominally, I would end the stream shortly around now, but honestly, we can continue pushing on, because this will be I think, the last mission for tonight.
Which mission are you doing?
In this case, we are doing finding the code reader and battery. And killing a bunch of drones.
So based on all these decisions that you're making in the shelter, I assume that you've been spoiled on the whole thing. You know exactly what you're going for and how to get it.
Kind of. What I was spoiled on is that the shelter gets attacked. So, as you can probably tell...
everybody outside the shelter survives?
Pretty much. As you can tell, it's mildly frustrating to have that spoiled to me, because I've been going into this game completely blind for a variety of reasons, most of them obvious. But at the end of the day, it's the sort of spoiler that is just mildly annoying instead of plot critical. Also, as you can see, the purple plasma is absolutely hilariously overpowered and pops these things like nobody's business.
I mean, nothing wrong with that.
Yep. I kind of like it that way. Wow, that's an absolute shambles. Let's go the other way. Back to where I found this secondary objective doodly whack. Oh wait, that's a rat. Rats are kind of fun. You can kill them for experience. And their meat is a trade resource. So yes, you can kill rats for money.
No, all you gotta do is grind to level 99 just killing rats.
What is the highest level in this game?
Yeah, I have no idea, but I would say about 30-ish.
Perks do you still need?
Let's see. Perk-wise, I'm at level 25, so I need Stealth 3, all 3 ranks on explosives, Crafting 4 and Crafting 5, and Survival is maxed out, so... 6 more levels required to max everything out, and I'm currently level 25.
I'm at level level 31. That's an odd number.
Well, there's also skill books, otherwise I would be pushing towards about, what is it, level 28 to have the current amount of stuff that I have available.
Hmm.
No, wait. You shouldn't be here. Skynet's right around the corner.
Yeah? Show me a corner Skynet's not around. You can leave now, because I
There is a spot to manually save your game.
anything.
I'm just here to help.
You want to help me? Fine. Go to my hideout at the metro station and bring back my transmitter. Then you'll help me.
All right, I can do that.
So, I admit, I was not expecting this area to be as suddenly expansive as it is, because it used to be far less so. So, I am actually going to have to say that I will save in this area, because it is a safe zone, and call the stream then. So, for those of you ladies and germs who decided to kick back and enjoy the game with me, thank you very much for coming. I especially want to thank my co-commentators who have spent time with me tonight. And when all comes down to a head, I hope you enjoy the game as much as I enjoy playing it. Take care of yourselves. I hope you have a good evening, and I hope to see you soon. And that's all for now.
With that, I think I'm gonna go to bed.